So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures.
Do you think that you witnessed war crimes taking place?
Probably. The ground assumption is that they are Hamas. And then if you go this way, you're bound to kill people that are not.
Now, in a rare interview, one soldier tells us about the reality he says he witnessed.
What kind of stuff would they say?
There are no uninvolved, only unarmed. This is something that I'm going to carry for the rest of my life.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants
Human Rights Watch has detailed the measures that the Palestinian Health Authority takes to record casualties and deaths with reference to mortuaries and hospitals, and explained that by publishing biographical details and names, they have a more reliable record than many other comparable conflict zones, whereas you think you should trust what the Israeli Defense Force tells us while refusing to allow foreign journalists into that territory. Just talk me through that.
Well, I'd accept the United Nations. Well, the fact that all these figures are going to have to be verified at some time later.
So why are you telling me to trust one and not? Why are you telling me to trust one and not another then, Trevor?
Because the United Nations, well, the 32,000 figure comes from Hamas. You're quite prepared to.
It comes from the Palestinian Health Authority, which the Human Rights Watch have provided objective analysis of. Who provides objective analysis of what the Israeli Defense Force tells you?
Or Hamas. So if you're going to
you can't keep doing this. I've told you what Human Rights Watch say about the measures that the Palestinian Health Authority deploy to list their death toll. Who provides objective external scrutiny of the numbers that the Israeli Defense Force provides?
Well, you either accept Israel.
You're going to have to answer the question at some point. Who provides objective international scrutiny of the numbers that you have come on the show to tell me I should trust?
I would like to suggest to you.
I'm going to ask you again until you answer the question, because we both know the answer. We both know the answer.
No, we don't know the answer. No, we don't, James.
Well, I'll tell you then, Trevor. Nobody.
No.
Indulge me then, Trevor. Why would Israel refuse access to foreign journalists when people like you are so keen to have objective facts established by trustworthy outside sources?
Well, I think it's
and you're the answer to the question, Trevor. This is what you don't realise.
See,
you are the answer to the question, because if they allowed foreign correspondents in to provide independent verification, to provide international scrutiny, to report objectively, you wouldn't be able to ring this programme and say the things that you've just said.
James, you know what? If there were journalists involved, what they would find is that arms in maternity wars,
you see,
guns in pillowcases.
Yes, so then why wouldn't they? See, you've done it. You've proved my point even more powerfully. So everything, all of the journalists would discover things that completely support your position. So you must be furious that they're not allowed in.
No, because I trust the Israeli military authorities to make judgments that are right.
They've just killed three British aid workers. The people you trust to make judgments have just killed 3 British aid workers. Before you go, you remember when they shot 3 hostages who were wearing their underpants? The hostages that we're told and you believe that countless civilians have to die to secure the release of.
Why do you put words in people's mouths? Where has anyone mentioned you're so polluted by your own and corrupted by your own language?
Here we go.
You put words into my mouth that I never said.
You said that the war has to continue.
The war absolutely continue because they're faced
And how
with
many
an army
civilians have died so far? So that means the killing of civilians has to continue. I can't explain your own thoughts to you, Trevor. You have to take responsibility at least for them.
Well, this is a great time to discuss how even when... So let's just be clear about this. So it's completely 100% my fault. There was nothing weird going on there at all. And I'm really, really, really frustrated with myself. Honestly, not even that much, because this was a weird show with no video anyway. So I apologize for what we just went through for the last 30 minutes or whatever, however long that was. So bottom line is, let's just restart the show. Let me do this really quickly. Let me just make sure you guys can, in fact, hear me. Let me know in the chat. I know you can, because I know what I did wrong there, and I know why that wasn't working. It was literally because of the video issue, and it ultimately had, it doesn't even matter. It's not worth explaining. Let me just restart really quickly, and I'll go through my opening that I was going to as if the show is just beginning now. I apologize for those for 20 minutes, it appears, that we've been dealing with this. I just didn't have the right video window pulled up that also included audio, because I was thinking no video, and I didn't have it on. So see how things just can't actually be mistakes or can't actually be glitches, just so we always remember that. Let me pull back and we'll start again.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told this on record. Whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
Do you think that you witnessed war crimes taking place?
Probably. The ground assumption is that they are Hamas. And then if you go this way, you're bound to kill people that are not.
Now, in a rare interview, one soldier tells us about the reality he says he witnessed.
What kind of stuff would they say?
There are no uninvolved, only unarmed. This is something that I'm going to carry for the rest of my life.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
What you're looking at, I did have it looping for a second, which what I wanted to let you guys see here was ultimately this opening shot of our new studio setup to let you see just a quick little insight into what we're building. The plan is ultimately to be setting this up to be a kind of a hub for TLAV, kind of like I talked about before, sort of walk the walk. This is the new location, get away from renting other people's, this is a standalone building. We're turning into both the Pirate Stream, TLAV Studio Hub, which will be saving us tons of money in regard to what we were doing, which is kind of one of the main points, but also to security, to control our own internet, to control our own processes in general. And so this is what you're looking at here. And this probably by the end of next week is going to be something which I'll give you another tour to let you see what's going on there. Now, for those that were watching a moment ago, the point was ultimately today, the reason I'm not going to be having video today, because that what you're looking at is actually the room that I'm broadcasting in, and I didn't want to have to set everything up only to change it moments later. And so because that, I wasn't had my video on, and that for those that use StreamYard know that having that box up opens the audio as well. I swear you guys, for you guys who are laughing at me, you should be laughing at me. I was just about pulling down the walls, trying to figure out how the hell my audio wasn't working, turning everything up and down. So let's hope I didn't mess up any other settings. But on that note, let's get to the point of the show today, because there's a lot of important stuff to get to. But I did want to give you guys a quick little insight into what's going on in the background, because I keep telling you what we're working on in the background and why there's been some ups and downs and inconsistencies, again, because of just kind of poor planning. But I'm looking forward to letting you guys see this and good thoughts for the good feeling for the future with all this and where it's going. So let's get into, and so as you can see on the left there, that's the box that I should have had open so you guys could hear me. So on that note, there's a lot to get into today. So what I'm going to start with, I was ultimately going to try to make this a little shorter, but it looks like I kind of threw that out the window with my opening, wasting time. So let's probably just do this the right way today. But we're going to get into a lot. Of course, we're going to discuss the ongoing important conversation around something that is obviously, I hope you're paying attention to see, or hope you see what I see in regard to the fact that Israel, Gaza, and the protest, it's so much bigger than just those topics. It's so much bigger than left versus right. It's so much bigger than just pretending like we're talking about some misunderstanding children that are being manipulated by a foreign country, whatever it is. All of those things are probably happening to some degree. The point is, this is this gigantic story that is terrifying power structures around the world. And again, it's not just the protests. It's what people are seeing in regard to foreign policy because of awareness around that, or what we're doing, or plenty of other things. So much is happening that I'm feeling very, very inspired by and positive about. But at the same time, as usual, when you see power structures losing power, it becomes very dangerous as well. It becomes very problematic for the people pointing it out, including Americans at this point that are having their free speech attacked by a foreign country, while you're having your politicians who swear an oath to the Constitution that they're supposed to protect, challenging that in the support of a foreign country. And this is literally what's happening. And I don't just mean that in the sense of Israel's interests being carried out by lobbying, which is not technically illegal, even though when you highlight that lobbying tactic that other groups do as well, it becomes racist only when highlighted by Israel's interest. But it's bigger than that. We're talking about something much more clear, especially when you look at the campus protests. And now we're going to get into today where you can prove that you've got official Israeli entities, or rather specifically, and I mean that too very clearly, just period right there, official Israeli entities involved with driving this on the ground in the conversation, speaking with the NYPD. But on top of that, you've got very clear overlaps with things like counter-terrorist Israeli analysts that are guiding what they ultimately did at UCLA and elsewhere, or groups that are manufacturing agitators from within and proudly highlighting that because they're on the right side, so it's okay. Crazy. If you're an American, it doesn't matter whether you agree with what they're protesting for. And that's the important point here. You should be screaming for their right to say the things you disagree with because you believe in free speech. But we're going to start today with the topic that I think is equally important, something that I have also talked about for a long time. What we generally call forever chemicals. And this is in regard to PFAS, which the acronym for the longer term. And interestingly enough, overlapping with something that is currently being, the story rather overlaps with what's going on in Gaza, the use of white phosphorus to destroy farmland for very clear, obvious reasons. But that also overlaps with a larger agenda around the world that most people, people aware of the two-party illusion, whatever side you're on, that can still see the reality of the attack on food infrastructure, the attack on food supply, the attack on any number of things that relate to your security, or laws that make it so you can't even grow your own food or source it yourself. Well, now what we're talking about is specific in the same interesting overlap, fertilizers that are utilizing this whole kind of like, remember we talked about the human compost and the direction they were going with that? This is in regard to using human waste to make fertilizer, which you could argue is a way to potentially make use of something that would otherwise be waste. Those things should never be forced on people. But now because of that, and an interesting dynamic, because we're so chock full of dangerous chemicals that our government pretends aren't happening, your very feces, your very waste being turned into fertilizer is translating so high in PFAS into the farmland that it's destroying the farmland itself. And guess what? The EPA comes up, or rather both the people using it and the EPA act like, well, it meets all regulations. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? They don't care, and the regulations allow the problem. But we're going to get into that to start today because I think it's monumentally important how we are overwhelmed with this stuff. We are completely drenched in dangerous chemicals, whether we're talking about glyphosate, whether we're talking about PFAS, whether we're talking about dioxins, whether we're talking about how all of those things are endocrine disrupting chemicals. What a coincidence. Or the injections themselves, which also are those. I mean, it's crazy the things that we're inundated with, that we've known for decades, even longer. And only just now do they start going, oh, PFAS, yeah, we should care, even though they have been shouting it down for a long time, even though people, activists, and others have been pointing to it for a very long time. First, I want to start off with a couple of quick points in regard to some social media, just one here, and a couple of the quick points around medical freedom that shouldn't be quick points, but really just to make sure you see these things, and really things that we've been highlighting for a long time, like lipid nanoparticles and how they're dangerous. But first, Decensored News puts out an important clip. If you haven't been recognizing that the free speech platform is not even remotely free speech supporting, trap myself there. What did Kit Clarenberg violate? Elon Musk asked Decensored News. He's been banned since February. And we talked about it then. Now, you can disagree with what he says. You can disagree with his political standing. Of course, this is the game that gets played right now, where people that moments ago were screaming that free speech or your Second Amendment or any other rights are absolute, which they all are. Anybody honest would maintain that in the face of any contradiction or controversy, are suddenly saying, oh, well, not him, though. Right? Well, he did say that one thing, and that is bad. Well, it doesn't matter, guys. That's always the point about real free speech. Absolute free speech. Not awful but lawful, but free speech, absolute, which means you should defend the worst of speech. Not acts, not violence, but speech. Which does, in fact, and this is where I draw that line in regard to, or rather don't draw that line, where even though this is something most people seem to agree on, that if we're truly talking about free speech, that would include you saying there's a fire in the theater. Now, I don't support that. I think you're an absolute dangerous moron if you're going to stand up and scare people enough to where they might irrationally act, but it still would amount to them acting irrationally based on your claim without any, you know what I'm saying? Like, the point is, it's still dangerous, and that person should still be held accountable. I don't necessarily legally, but the people can say this is, I mean, it's a nuanced conversation, clearly. My point has always still been that if you really kind of at a society level want to argue that that is crossing the line, you could make that argument. And I agree, it makes sense. However, you have to acknowledge we're no longer discussing absolute free speech. We're talking about limited speech. And over the years, we have watched that get rolled back one after another, right? This is absolute, except this guy's pretty bad, or except that group doesn't look right, except that claim and that ideology and that. And next thing you know, Combating Anti-Semitism Act is shutting down your ability to say what you think, even though you're not racist, even though you're not talking about Jewish people. Doesn't matter, though. They say you are. And this is the problem. So my point is, Kit Clarenberg and plenty of others have been shut down on this platform for all sorts of reasons, most of which don't even get explained. And people still go on screaming that this is the guy saving free speech. Doesn't that seem a little bit strange? I sure hope I'm wrong. I mean, like anything with Trump or anybody else, I want them to be the people they claim they are, but they're not. Simple as that. I still, even then, within that, hope that he is almost the person he pretends to be, where it's maybe just a couple of points that I'll be like, well, that's not absolute, but yet all the rest of it's good. That's also not true. But I sure hope. He's been banned since February. He writes, please be specific as to the exact words he said and which law it allegedly violated. Because the real point is, this is just their article, he was banned for offending power. This is what Elon Musk said before. I cannot claim to be a defender of free speech, but then permanently ban someone who hasn't violated the law. The law, no matter how much I disagree with what they say. Of course, that completely contradicts the whole awful but lawful nonsense, but it doesn't matter because people that are on his side will choose to ignore the obvious contradictions, like the ones that supported Trump, like the ones that still support Biden. Yeah, both sides, as usual, because that's what really happens in the two-party illusion. Important to recognize. Now, other opening points, let's get into some medical freedom points. I just wanted to highlight this as well because, again, one of the most, I mean, if not the content on TLAV that I'm the most proud of, Arna Burkhart interview with Taylor Hudak. I mean, it's clearly the biggest endeavor we've ever taken with this platform, the most we've ever spent, the most time we've ever taken, the most people involved. This wasn't just her in a room with him or even on a couple of cameras. Like, this was a real endeavor, and it's absolutely outstanding if you haven't seen it. Every single thing they're discussing, all of the clinical research is cited below, excuse me. And now we keep putting up clips on our Substack. By the way, if you haven't seen that, you can support us on our Substack. I just put up a couple of new things today. And on that note, by the way, I'm glad I remembered. I put the new studio update here. On that note, my plan is to have our founders meeting at the end of this month. Exact date, I'm still kind of fine tuning, but I'm going to put that on the Substack. So pay attention if you want to be a founding member and be part of our monthly meetings where you can ask me questions, involve with a different group. And I'm planning on building that. I've been lacking that for the last month or more because of this kind of timing and so on, but we're going to get back to that. So make sure you sign up if you'd like to be part of that. And as always, everything on this is free. Always. That's what we do at TLAV. But if you'd like to support us through this, you can sign up to support us financially. And the founding member is a way to be a part of the kind of internal conversation to some degree. Now, the point is showing you this is one because we just passed the 1 year anniversary, and it's important to understand what happened here. And it's important to understand that a lot of these people, they're out there screaming about how there's no evidence of this stuff, will just completely ignore this. Or they'll say that's a conspiracy platform, or he's a conspiracy theorist, or just ignorantly ignore things because they don't want to see it, just like with Israel, just like every topic. But it's shockingly obvious. I mean, it's unbelievably obvious. And the one I want to point out is that, of course, as usual, and I'm glad the content gets out there, but the problem is it's without source material, which is really the point. People across the internet just recently have been sharing a lot of this content without any attribution to Taylor, who deserves the lion's share of everything for this work, or TLAV in general. Even going as far as to go, hey, we'll just slap on our logo SGT on this clip, which, by the way, was not even a clip they made. It's literally a clip that we were sharing that Taylor posted, made by Taylor. And yet they just feel the nerve to just go, hey, that's mine now because I'm sharing it. And I don't even think that's Truth Seeker. I'm pretty sure that's SGT. But I just think that's so crazy to me. And of course, then you get attacked when people go, don't you care about the work? Well, yeah, we do. That's why we did the work. That's why we put the source material. So people can look at this and not just go, oh, he's probably making it up. But so they can look and go, oh, it's actually sourced to his clinical work that you can prove for yourself. which again is why YouTube censored it. So just making that clear. Yes, it is about credit because Taylor deserves the credit. She deserves the work, or put in the work, deserves the credit, and TLAV as well. But it's more important about actually making sure people can prove what's being said. So I just think that's frustrating that's happening. But nonetheless, still glad that the content gets out there. But people that might have otherwise been swayed by that with source material might just cast it aside. That's why. It's very important. And to some degree, I wonder if that may be why some of these groups do that. I don't know. Now, into some other really important things. Jessica Rose shared this, PhD, said, well, blow me down and call me a baffled doctor. The lipid nanoparticles are really destructive to cells because of the ionized cationic lipids. And this cites the actual, she's kind of making a joke. The point is she cites this link, which is a new study. And shocking, surprise, surprise, lipid nanoparticles are dangerous for you. April 18th, 2024, yes, a preprint. It says lipid nanoparticle association inflammation is triggered by sensing of endosomal damage, engineering endosomal escape without side effects. We've been talking about this a long time. The point is that every single angle of these shots were dangerous. Not just dangerous, but almost like if you tried to make them as dangerous as possible. Every choice they made is exactly what you would do. Lipid nanoparticles have emerged as the dominant platform for RNA delivery, it starts with, based on their success in the COVID-19 vaccines. Their, quote, success. Think how crazy it is to even start with that sentence and then go on to say, however, we and others have shown that lipid nanoparticles induce severe inflammation and massively aggravate pre-existing inflammation, which is not a small thing. Systemic inflammation is seriously dangerous. In fact, inflammation is arguably kind of the basis for most everything that goes wrong in the human body for a lot of arguments. Rather, a lot of the point being that it's kind of a self-explanatory statement. Really, a lot of things will start by becoming inflamed and lead to other things, or rather, those things usually will start with inflammation. But the point is that your body becoming inflamed, or rather, systemic inflammation, is a precursor to a lot of damaging things. Nonetheless, most successful thing, or it's the basis for our whole platforms. But oh, guess what? The primary delivery system is pretty bad for you, but it's still the primary dominant platform. Yep, it is. That's what's going to happen because they've chosen that. They chose that when they didn't even know, or you could argue when they secretly knew it was dangerous, but you hadn't been shown that yet. In any case, it's amazing to me that this continues. Now, you can read more of this. That's the general gist of it. It's important to understand the basis for their findings, but this isn't based on this one study. We've already gone through this. Now, there's overlaps of the conversation of the ones not for human use. The argument there being that they kind of used the wrong company to highlight that, but I still made the argument that at the time, what their argument really was is these things were not safe for a lot of reasons. And whether they used one company or the other, you can clearly prove that there is a very clear problem. They're not just fat, as much as they try to pretend that. There's been so many overlaps to this, but on top of that, the main point for why the previous COVID injections, coronavirus injections before COVID-19 worked, or rather didn't work, as we've shown you many times, is because the concentration of lipid nanoparticles was too high and it caused severe side effects. Nobody ever explains why that's not causing the same problem. That's what they claim made these successful. But here you are. The point is, guys, you know they know. You know they know, just like PFAS, and that's important. Now, before we get to PFAS, another important clip from the High Wire and Sherry Tenpenny talking about how we give our fish 50 vaccines. Now, of course, that may not mean the ones that you randomly catch in the middle of the ocean, but maybe. But there's a lot of farmed salmon and a lot of things, including which end up in the natural environment, that they give a ton of vaccines to. And on top of that, let's realize when they give them to things like this, they're not giving an individual shot to every fish. They typically dump these things or do things that are self-spreading. Those exist. But listen to what she has to say, because it's pretty alarming when we realize how problematic this is for the food supply. And then, of course, I don't have to explain how these things all come together. Oops, hold on. I forgot that I have to re-add my links here, or my videos. Here we go.
The section that really got me was about the genetically engineered, genetically modified salmon. And when I was reading and investigating this, I found that they have at the time that I read it, there was 26 vaccines for fish.
Fish vaccines.
And then a later date paper now says there's 50. Now put that in perspective. I mean, there's 17 vaccines in the pediatric human schedule, and they give our fish 50 vaccines, and the USDA does not require the ingredients to be put on the package label. So if you go get a package insert of, your dog getting a shot, or your cat, or your cow, or you don't know what's in it. And when I called the USDA, and I made 10 phone calls, and the last phone call ended up, I spoke to someone in Ames, Iowa, in the USDA Public Health Service Department, and they said they took me to a website where it showed what was the package labeling requirements. They don't have to put the ingredients. I said, well, can I call Zoetis, which is Zoetis and Merck are the two largest vaccine manufacturers for animals, and ask them, what are the ingredients in this particular vaccine for fish? And they said, yeah, but they'll probably tell you it's a trade secret, and they won't tell you what it is. So researching this and digging deeper to really find what's the ingredients in vaccines that they give to fish and cows and chickens and sheep, and what they're doing to genetically engineer all these different things, it's a really big deal. It's a really, really so much bigger, deeper, and darker than what you even know. It's not even about like the lettuce thing where they're going to make vaccines from lettuce. It's more than that.
Now, to be very clear, she's not saying that that's not a problem. Her point is that that's a fraction of the real picture, right? So it is everywhere. And quite frankly, if we look back to the way these chemicals are being used and the byproducts of those, and how those byproducts themselves become an agenda, it's not hard to think, at least consider, that this might be the very point. In any case, guys, this should not be something that's being done without your acknowledgement. At the very least, if we're talking about some kind of representative government, which we currently acknowledge, hopefully, as an illusion, not that we shouldn't want it, but that's not what we have right now, that is what they claim we're supposed to be doing. Not that you just do one vote every 4 years and they all make decisions for you. That's ridiculous. But again, that's not even what's happening. But either way, the point is that we're supposed to be actually involved with these choices, especially when it just ubiquitously affects everybody. This terrifies me, guys, and I don't know why this is not concerning to average people. I mean, it is. I mean, to the people that, I would probably argue because they have a vying interest. But in general, I do think there are some people that just don't see this stuff, and I often wonder why. Camus also points out Japan's most senior oncologist, Professor Fukushima, who I've already highlighted before, he himself highlights an alarming development in oncology known as turbo cancer, which is not something that we should be shocked by. Right? It may, for the average person, this may be the point that solidifies it for them, and I hope so. But let's realize we've been talking about, Camus has been talking about, a lot of us have been talking about this for 2 years now, if not more. It's a provable reality. And interestingly enough, again, how these things all converge together, we talked about the lab-grown meat and how that in and of itself is essentially a cancerous concept, and that in and of itself can cause that. And I'm trying to search for it real quick. I think this is the one. That's not hyperbole. We've gone over the scientific studies. Yeah, here's one of them. Lab-grown meat. We talk about it in this one. Eat endocrine disrupting chemicals are not conspiracy theory. Hotez meltdown back when he was still floundering around on TV. Lab-grown meat and your dark AI modulated future. The point is that lab-grown meat is shown to be dangerous for many reasons. And I'm not talking about an opinion. I'm talking about from people involved in the process, experts that are there saying that the shift to the production they're trying to accomplish outside of the lab setting is guaranteed to cause problems, cause disease, cause spreading of other problems because of the non-sterile environment, and on and on and on. And that's not even to get into the fact that these things themselves are basically, you're talking about rapid cell production. I mean, this is cancerous, guys. That's the problem. And that's not my opinion. Carcinogenic is a better way to put it. Thank you. Now, on that note, what he's talking about here is that this is something that is a world-renowned, world-acknowledged problem. Didn't just pop out of nowhere. Weirdly correlates perfectly with the use of a massive gene engineering, gene editing injection. I guess that's just coincidence, though, right? Now, Peter Sweden highlights something that it's been a story for a while now, and I just wanted to highlight this for two reasons. He's saying AstraZeneca is facing a whopping $255 million compensation to victims that got their injection after they admitted blood clot side effects. Which, again, I actually believe that AstraZeneca and what was the other one? I'm blanking. The other non-mRNA shots, I believe that, my opinion is that those were, at the very least, later down the line, if not from the very beginning, used as a counterbalance to drive us to mRNA injections. Right away, even though the evidence was overwhelmingly showing you that the mRNA shots were dangerous, They still were like, look at this small example from AstraZeneca, though it's dangerous. Like trying to clear, in my opinion, trying to shit, which we turned out to be right. We now know that from the very beginning, they already decided mRNA was the direction, even though at that point, at least the claim is they didn't know for sure whether it was safe. I still think they didn't care or they knew already. Either way, if they already picked that, then why were they? I mean, it's clear that there was a game being played. But overall, the second point is not only yes, we were right and we should be able to call that out, that remember, Whitney and I were both censored in very quick succession from Patreon because of this topic. Because of not only this, but the idea of the myocarditis overlap, but it was around AstraZeneca. Remember that? And nothing changes. Despite the fact that the very claim was called misinformation by these platforms, and they still won't let it. I mean, I don't even want to go back on those platforms. But remember, they knocked us out of what? Like it was like $4,000 a month coming from our donators because they said that was misinformation. But we were right. That's important to recognize about anybody that made those claims and the censorship around it. Now, again, the censorship right now that's happening to protesters, but the very people that were out there screaming that this is censorship and that's not allowed, or the idea that people in the trucker convoys and everything else are being censored and that's not allowed, are now suddenly shifting gears and pretending like it's acceptable as long as it's something that they disagree with. That's a line through all of this, guys. Chief Nerd also points out that thousands of Americans believe they suffered serious side effects following the COVID injection. This is from New York Times. What it's saying is only 19% of all the claims have been reviewed. Only 19%. What are they doing? Are they too busy? They clearly pretended like they cared anything and that all the claims were a bunch of conspiracy theorists, but they've only even looked at 19% of the claims that they've deemed. The point is, on top of that, only 47% of those were deemed eligible for compensation. So they've only even looked at 19%, according to the New York Times. And of that 19%, they deemed almost half of them to just be not valid. And only 12 have been paid out. Not 12%, 12. Of an average about $3,600. Right? So all those people that got forced into taking multiple gene therapy shots that destroyed their lives, I hope that $3,500 is going to work out. Like, I'm not trying to make that mean to you. I'm hoping people recognize how ridiculous this is, where you guys are the ones screaming that we're wrong, or the ones that were trying to convince us to do it as well. And that even then, the government doesn't care about helping you, even though you were their biggest chief supporter, showing you, just like any other dynamic, that they do not care about any of them, any of us. $3,600. It's just overwhelmingly depressing. Now, let's get into the PFAS point, and then we'll get into the rest of the points that we're going to get into for the overlap of the protests and a couple of other points around Israel and Gaza. FAFO Farms is the account that shared this, saying, follow me down this rabbit hole of the US FDA and them allowing, as they frame it, by the way, which I do agree, I think there's clear allowance and understanding of what this is doing, the destruction of farmlands by allowing PFAS, forever chemicals, in our fertilizers, and they claim to kill off small farms. Now, you could disagree with that, but it's pretty hard to disagree with the agenda to remove small farmers, right? The Dutch farmer, I mean, really, just everywhere in the world at this point. I don't see any location where you don't see at some level of concerted effort to break down the small farmer and shift everything into some controlled central food source. By the way, that's pretty much what they argue is their plan. They just claim it's going to be better for everybody. Hardly. Now, Sinagro provides a wastewater environmental, in quotes, service by turning human waste into fertilizer and other products that are filled with PFAS, which are killing livestock and fish life in surrounding farms that have been treated with these fertilizers. That's also the important part. We're talking about farms that aren't using this stuff, but are being affected because of their neighbors, just like back with the Monsanto Terminator seed conversation and the genetically engineered seed. That whatever happened with that, guys? Remember all the claims that they're going to make the food source indefinitely, all the claims about how they were going to save everybody, India and the rest of them. What happened? Do you remember what happened? Yeah, they are now more food insecure than they were before the whole GMO push. And then we just drop it and move on to the next topic, right? Hey, Bill Gates, let's give us some other genetically engineered things. Here's a shot that also failed and hurt everybody, or worked, however you want to look at it. Why is it that people can't collectively recognize the same people doing the same things over and over? I don't know. Point here is that this is also destroying your lives, destroying your neighbors' lives. And all we can do is go, well, it meets regulation. So what? Then the regulation is wrong. Like, why do we as the people have to be the ones to hold your hand, legislators, through the obvious? in every damn context because they're not people working for you. They're working for lobbyists. They're working for AIPAC. They're working for any number of lobbyists we're talking about, the weapons manufacturers, everyone. They are working for the interests of people that give them money. The fact that we don't all acknowledge that painful reality, and I'm not going to say I know every single one of them does it all the way through or every single time, but we know that's how this works. Lobbying influences aggressively the outcome. And I mean, this goes back to the Princeton study, right? The quote directly from the Princeton study is that the average voter, I believe was the term they used, has a near zero, statistically insignificant effect on policy. I mean, and yet we still pretend like we're involved. That's the video that talks about how we don't have a democracy. We live in an oligarchy that shows you that when your actions, like basically if lobbyists want to, no matter if we have 99% of the population on the same page, which never happens, they can still make sure it has a 0% chance of passing. How do we pretend that's democracy? It's not. It's not even a representative government. But Blue Canaries points out ranchers here say their cattle, fish, and horses are dying and getting sick because of a fertilizer spread on nearby farms. The fertilizer is made from treated human waste from the city of Fort Worth. Oh, yeah, I have it right there. So let's read the actual article. So this is the headline is this is Chernobyl. That's what one of the ranchers is saying. Ranchers say, quote, forever chemicals in waste-based fertilizers ruin their land. So Johnson County, Texas, where they're discussing this, ranchers here say their cattle, fish, and horses are dying and getting sick because of fertilizer spread on nearby farms. So it's not just the crops and the land; it's actual livestock. I mean, that's probably more important to the average person following the story anyway, because there's all these attacks on whether we're talking about injections or mRNA, I mean, any number of things. But it says the fertilizer is made from treated human waste from the city of Fort Worth. Now, I'd like to believe that that's something that should be, if you know that it's going to be influencing in some way the neighbor, like we're talking about human waste in the first place. I just find it hard to believe this is something that's just casually being done to the point to where most people would probably be concerned about that. Especially, now, the argument is that it's completely safe, but that's obviously not true. Provably so, because we're going to get into the investigation that found it wasn't safe. The fact that they found the PFAS in there, but what else? So if we're talking about PFAS that can translate, what the hell else is translating? It says the company that makes the fertilizer says that it meets government standards. Interesting way to put that, right? They do make a claim that it's safe, but when they claim at first is that it meets standards, it's a very different thing than saying that I know that it's safe. Well, whatever the government says it should be, well, it's meeting that. Well, they say that about glyphosate. They say that about dioxins and everything else, including PFAS. Clearly, they're not on the side of health. County officials have launched a criminal investigation, and ranchers are suing, saying the runoff from the fertilizer has made their land useless. Now, what's interesting to me is this article doesn't get into the neighboring farms. What are they using it for, and why isn't it hurting their processes? Now, what makes me think, and I'm going to look into this further, it's like the conversation around the Monsanto glyphosate conversation. Well, they engineered them to be able to withstand certain things, but then it was ruining the neighbors' crops because they didn't have those genetically engineered seeds. Not even to get into why those were exponentially more dangerous and cancer causing and everything else. But the interesting part of it is, why is this not hurting them? I find it hard to believe it's not something similar, but I'm going to look further. Rancher Tony Coleman's cattle roam 300 acres just out of Grandview. He said what was found on his land has turned it toxic. Quote, it says, we are nervous. We are scared. Coleman said his land is contaminated and his livestock and fish are dying because of the product his neighbor used to fertilize his crops. You have your whole livelihood taken from you. He said he had 10 cows, 2 horses, and 5 ponds full of fish die. It's a hell of a lot. Last year, he contacted Johnson County Constable Detective Dana Ames. She headed out to the ranch to check it out. Ames said she found what she later learned were piles of fertilizer made from biosolids, which come from human waste, and are full of what researchers call PFAS, also known as forever chemicals. According to multiple studies and the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, all humans consume PFAS chemicals. That's what they just said, which are used to make all sorts of products, including shampoo, carpet, frying pans, and even makeup. No big deal. No, but it is a big deal because they're super dangerous. They know they're dangerous, and they're only just now going, hey, we're super bad and we should do something about it. But then guess what? Nothing is done. There's no process going on. They're not pulling things off the shelf. Like, don't you think if we're like, oh my gosh, these things are hurting people, that it would be an immediate response to yank the... Nope. Not happening. Now, I'll come back to this, but realize we've been talking about this since even before East Palestine conversation. Remember, we were screaming about that they found PFAS in the byproducts and nobody even talked about it. And we were going, what are they doing about that? Nobody cared. And after that, because I think the work we did and others caused a lot of attention to it, groups like, what is it today? What's this today? It's America Today. What is it called? I forget this. Today.com. Exposure to PFAS, forever chemicals, can reduce women's fertility by 40%. 40%? I mean, you effing kidding me? So now we're going, EPA says everybody consumes them. Hold on. Can somebody reconcile those two statements for me? So if we're acknowledging it can cause 40% reduction in fertility, along with everything else it can do, which it's horrifying, all of these things. The cancers, endocrine disrupting chemicals, that's what these are. And they just make a statement that everybody consumes it? Well, that's not because it's just natural, which is probably how they want people to read that. It's because they don't care. They've let it be rampant. It's in shampoos and carpets and frying pans and makeup, and it's hurting you. And they know that. And yet their statement is, well, it's everywhere. So that's the way it is. Yep. That's your Environmental Protection Agency. The same one's ignoring all the dioxins in East Palestine, which are still hurting people to this very day. The chemicals that goes on end up in our human waste, which is then sent to a wastewater treatment facility. During the treatment, biosolids are created. So it's so powerfully strong that it goes through you, through your system, then into your waste, then gets used, and then it's killing fish and cows and horses. That's not alarming at all, is it? I mean, my God. Now it says biosolids, also called sewage sludge, can be used to make fertilizer, which is what company called Sinagro does. And Sinagro has a contract with the city of Fort Worth to use their biosolids to make fertilizer. Tony Coleman and 4 other landowners are suing Sinagro for the contamination on their lands. Quote, it's scary, and I think our clients are hopeful that there will be some relief for them, said attorney Mary Whittle, but they are looking at having to abandon their farms and potentially euthanize all their animals, which is extremely emotional and hard to face. So here's the problem, is that even like they're claiming we're suing and we're looking into it, while the EPA just twiddles its thumbs and does nothing about the problem that's been there for decades. They might have to lose their farm anyway. So isn't that ultimately the point? So let's just say later they go, okay, here's some money. Well, the whole point was destroying if you understand what's going on in the world, if you believe that's what's happening, would be to destroy the farm, destroy the process and the infrastructure. So it doesn't matter. This physically makes me angry that we know that it's happening and their statement is, well, everybody consumes it. So it's all over the place. It's in all these products you give your children. Oh, and by the way, we know that's dangerous. End of story. In an emailed statement, Lane Baroldi, Sinagro's vice president of government affairs, which is interesting. Vice president of government affairs. Like, why does a chemical company have a vice president of government affairs? Well, I think you know why, because we live in a fascistic society where your companies are intertwined with your government. But they told us that the company denies the allegations in the lawsuit. Of course they do. They said the fertilizer is safe. Well, that's what they said in the statement regarding what they said. Here's what they said. The biosolids applied by a farmer working with Sinagro met all U.S. EPA Texas Commission on Environmental Quality requirements. That is not the same as saying safe. That is what the reporter said they meant. What they said is it meets all the requirements. It's not the same thing, and we damn well know it. The requirements are not met or not there to stop PFAS or dioxins or any number of other problematic things. It says the U.S. EPA continues to support land application of biosolids as a valuable practice that recycles nutrients to farmland and has not suggested at this time that PFAS and biosolids requires any changes to current biosolids. Yep. They even acknowledge that it's there. They just go, but they said we don't have to change anything, so we're not going to, essentially. So their statement is, we met the requirements that they put out, and the EPA continues to support our using it. Doesn't that sound a little bit problematic? Almost as if they go, yeah, we know it's bad, but we want you to keep using it. This is just so crazy to me. And biosolid fertilizer is sold across the nation for agricultural use. According to PEER, which is the group that is investigating this, I already closed it, but that's the acronym for their group. The name is in here somewhere. The Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, they're the ones calling this out. They say it contains toxic levels of PFAS. Toxic levels. Well, sometimes they say that. Or says it sometimes contains toxic levels of PFAS. The farmers who buy it, quote, are led to believe this is safe and it's cheap fertilizer and that they have been victimized as much as anybody. Right? So they're led to believe that it's safe because it's cheap and they want to use it. And it's this green step they claim about using, recycling your waste. At the cost of what? Detective Ames and Eurofin's Lancaster laboratory tested the tissues of the cows, fish, and horses that died. And they found extremely high levels of PFAS in the tissue. But we're still going to pretend like it's not happening. So we're admitting that it's there and it meets requirements, though, so don't worry about that. We know that it's killing animals. We can test it and find it in their bodies, in the tissues of the dead animals. And we're not considering what that means for the people that are excreting the extremely high levels of PFAS, so toxic that it translates all the way to the animals and kills them too, and it's still extremely high in their bodies. Isn't that what the EPA is created for? Or at least we're supposed to pretend that it's created for? She said they found extremely high levels. Tests also found it in the well water. There you go, in Johnson County. Eurofins is a TCEQ state-approved certified lab. So their results are the level they need to be. It's in your water, it's in your food, it's in your body, just like glyphosate. And this is why they hate the people that talk about it, because they know they can't do anything about it. Or at the very least, that if they really tried, that they'd go through so much litigation, they would probably get destroyed. People would call for the end of the EPA. They would look to the governments that allowed it to happen. They don't want that. So they casually give you a little bit of points and go, well, it's pretty bad and we're doing something. Look back to the other story, and they don't do anything. The well water, all the animal tissues tested 100% contaminated, said the detective. We had 100% contamination on these properties. 100%. This should be the biggest story in the country. It's just overwhelming. And again, guys, this is one article. If we know it can reduce women's fertility by 40%, because there's so many examples of this and they let it happen for decades, we need to recognize that the EPA is not just a defunct agency. It is, you could go as far as to call it a terrorist organization, guys. They're acting against your interests. They are literally allowing dangerous chemicals to kill your children. And we're going to pretend like that's not to the level of something that serious? Now, I wouldn't use that because it's a clumsy overlap. But my point is that they are not on your side. They are an agency that is actively disregarding what it should do to the level of maybe even doing things they know will hurt you. What you want to call that is up to you. Now, two other points I think are important and overlaps with this. David Roth-Lindberg points out that Swedes are so proud of their support for Ukraine, contributing to the continuation of a war that gets more Ukrainians killed, he writes. However, it turns out that we just wanted to steal their lands. Here's Arthur Morgan highlighting Ukrainians are suddenly realizing their land has been sold. Their forests and natural resources now belong to Western companies? Yeah, gee, who didn't see that coming? The Ukrainians are protesting that their forests are getting cut and burned, but turns out that it is now Sweden's forest, and they're getting kicked out of the area. So the point is the same. Whether it's foreign policy, these agendas are all overlapping, and that's what we'll get to with the Israel conversation. It's all the same agenda when it comes down to what they're really trying to accomplish at the highest level. Not that everything beneath it is all the same and that they're all aware of that, or even that they might not be connected at the smallest level at the bottom, but the overall point is you can find them making use, right? So let's just say this wasn't the point. Well, suddenly they're going to make use of that and destroy infrastructure or destroy food supply. What had happened the moment this started? Remember the argument? Putin did it. Take it on the chin, West, because Putin's destroying your infrastructure. No, they destroyed your food supply. They destroyed your food infrastructure and just blamed it on the easy the catch-all excuse. But if they're now selling their land, it's because this is how it always works. When you're co-opted, when you're occupied, when your regime changed, they sell out your country to foreign interests at the expense of the local people. It's what's happening to the United States now, and pretty much for a long time when you look at what Israel's been doing. Now, lastly, on that opening segment, Arnaud Bertrand writes something I think is really important, and this is actually pretty shocking to me. Oh wait, this was David Icke said this about it. I have long said that morons are put into key positions so the cult can control events via the clueless morons. Now, that's kind of exactly what I highlight about people like Pelosi's and the Grahams of the world, who do not seem like they're even that bright, who seem like they just scream whatever's the most belligerent side of whatever they're supposed to say to keep people divided. And my point is that I don't think most of those people are truly in the know. They think they are, and maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong. But at least some of them are really useful idiots that don't truly understand how they're played, like a Fetterman, for example. I'm not saying that because the guy can't speak properly because of his stroke. I'm talking about the idea that he's actually, before that and now, not the bright person, that he's a very clear, meek follower that does what he's told or driven to say. Very clear. And that's not unique to him. There's plenty of politicians, in fact, I think most of them, that do that. But that's his point, is they put people like that can be manipulated, that don't even realize they are being manipulated. And here is a perfect example of that. And I got to be honest, this is terrifying. This guy is the chair of the Council on Economic Advisors, Jared Bernstein, advising the Biden administration on economic policy. And this is his response. This is terrifying. Imagine this kind of complete, ignorance on somebody who manages military stockpiles or any number of other elements of people that are in positions that are dangerous. The question is, do they really know what they're talking about? Are they simply sit-ins for some other string pullers? Something to very much consider. Watch this.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Since they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing. But
MMT, we've talked about that. There
is no question that the government prints money, and then it uses that money to I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like,
wow,
the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing there.
Are you serious? Like, I thought this was a parody. I'm blown away. Now, I'm not going to pretend I fully understand every nuance of that conversation, but I mean, my God, you're advising economic policy. I mean, the idea, first of all, the basic point of the question is why, if we're printing money, which we are, do we borrow money? Couldn't we just print more of it? Well, obviously that would diminish the value of the dollar. He could have said that, which would have been very easy. And the point would be maybe we borrow to offset that point. But you can see that he's floundering on this topic. I mean, guys, that kind of scares the hell out of me. It really shows you that there are people that are making these decisions that do not need him. He is a stand-in. Or I'm completely wrong. But I just want you guys to think about the possibility of people being put in very clear positions that are simply, I'm arguing, not even aware that they don't know that they're in control. Or I'm not even aware that they're in control, excuse me. And that they just get influenced in very clear ways. And they know who signed their checks and they know who butters their bread. It's very clear to me. I just think that is alarming. Now, let's get into the larger points. Now, I'm probably going to have to skip some of this stuff today, but I'd like to get into the basics of what we were highlighting. And I want to go over, to start, a couple of important points around, I played this already, but it was when we were trying to figure out the beginning, around the idea of the misrepresentation, the lies, the obvious reality of how one-sided this conversation is. And just, it's a willful hypocrisy right on the surface. And some of them will even go as far as to make the case that it's because they're the right side, right? It's okay. We're allowed to use human shields, and we're allowed to blindly accept one side's narrative and ignore the other because we're right. We know that. That's just ignorance, guys. That's a childish mentality. Even if you may be right, to assume that before you know for sure is a childish, self-serving mentality. And we see it all over the place, not just around Israel. It's U.S. It's politics. But let's play this again. And as Abir writes, a 3-minute masterclass on how to dismantle Israeli lies.
Human Rights Watch has detailed the measures that the Palestinian Health Authority takes to record casualties and deaths with reference to mortuaries and hospitals, and explained that by publishing biographical details and names, they have a more reliable record than many other comparable conflict zones, whereas you think you should trust what the Israeli Defense Force tells us while refusing to allow foreign journalists into that territory. Just talk me through that.
Well, I'd accept the United Nations. Well, the fact that all these figures are going to have to be verified at some time later.
So why are you telling me to trust one and not? Why are you telling me to trust one and not another then, Trevor?
Because the United Nations, well, the 32,000 figure comes from Hamas. You're quite prepared to.
It comes from the Palestinian Health Authority, which the Human Rights Watch have provided objective analysis of.
See, this is what's so frustrating is that just that casual conflation to just everything is Hamas. Even though they're the very ones that have been stressing when it suits them that we're only going after Hamas and saving the innocent Palestinians. But in every other angle of this conversation, from the lowest level of the conversation, the average protester on the street, they will immediately go to they're all dangerous and they all support Hamas, and that's why they're all, it's wild. So instead of saying the Palestinian Health Authority, they say Hamas because that's easier, even though it's not just Hamas. It's obviously nuanced, but that goes to everything we've talked about, every part of this conversation. And that's even down to the point where they just go pro-Hamas, pro-terror, pro-rape mob, talking about a group of protesters, half of which are Jewish.
Who provides objective analysis of what the Israeli Defense Force tells you?
Or Hamas. So if you're going to
you can't keep doing this. I've told you what Human Rights Watch say about the measures that the Palestinian Health Authority
or the fact that both the military and the intelligence of the Israeli government have acknowledged, one says reliable, one says accurate, when they discuss the numbers coming from the Gaza Health Ministry. So they don't even trust their own narratives. Like there's clearly a walking narrative that's about whatever makes Israel look good for a lot of these people. And you could argue there's a level of that on the other side as well. It always exists in all sides of conversations, but it's shockingly one-sided when you really take time to look at this.
Employ to list their death toll. Who provides objective external scrutiny of the numbers that the Israeli Defense Force provides?
Well, you either accept Israel.
You're going to have to answer the question at some point. Who provides objective international scrutiny of the numbers that you have come on the show to tell me I should trust?
I would like to suggest to you.
I'm going to ask you again until you answer the question, because we both know the answer. We both know the answer.
No, we don't know the answer. No, we don't, James.
Well, I'll tell you then, Trevor. Nobody.
No.
Indulge me then, Trevor. Why would Israel refuse access to foreign journalists when people like you are so keen to have objective facts established by trustworthy outside sources?
Well, I think it's
and you're the answer to the question, Trevor. This is what you don't realise.
See,
you are the answer to the question, because if they allowed foreign correspondents in to provide independent verification, to provide international scrutiny, to report objectively, you wouldn't be able to ring this program and say the things that you've just said.
James, you know what? If there were journalists involved, what they would find is that arms in maternity wars,
you see,
guns in pillowcases.
Yes, so then why wouldn't they? See, you've done it. You've proved my point even more powerfully. So everything, all of the journalists would discover things that completely support your position. So you must be furious that they're not allowed in.
No, because I trust the Israeli military authorities to make judgments that are right.
They've just killed three British aid workers. The people you trust to make judgments have just killed 3 British aid workers. Before you go, you remember when they shot 3 hostages who were wearing their underpants? The hostages that we're told and you believe that countless civilians have to die to secure the release of.
First, also don't forget that 2 of them were shot. One of them 20 minutes later, the third one. That's so wildly important, because you could claim they made a mistake, which is I find impossible, since they're clearly standing there with a sign written in Hebrew saying we're hostages and screaming things in Hebrew. The point is that the third one hid, screaming, "I'm a hostage, don't shoot me." This is Haaretz covering this. Came out after being coaxed out 20 minutes later. And 2 of them shot him. I just don't know how anybody can misunderstand that.
Why do you put words in people's mouths? Where has anyone mentioned you're so polluted by your own and corrupted by your own language?
Here we
put
go.
Words into my mouth that I never said.
You said that the war has to continue.
The war absolutely continue, because they're faced
And how
with
many
an army
civilians have died so far? So that means the killing of civilians has to continue. I can't explain your own thoughts to you, Trevor. You have to take responsibility at least for them.
I love that. What a great answer. I can't explain your own thoughts to you. Like, that's what I keep getting stuck with on Twitter all the time. It's like, your own logic is right there. And it's you can't allow it because it makes you look dumb. That's what I get constantly battling with these people online. Well, here's an example of this very point. We're talking about the journalists, right? The very people that would be there covering this if they were to have allowed them to cover it, right? And this is the whole self-serving reality because they're not there, right? They claim because everyone's Hamas and everybody is anti-Semitic and therefore they're going to lie about us. Well, okay, the point is simple that if you wanted to prove what you keep saying is the reality, you would allow that to happen. I mean, they're not even letting many of their own people go to look at this stuff. They're not letting out images and shots of it. They're letting you listen to what the IDF says happened. That's pretty much it. And very rare examples of when they're doing something that you can then, most times, and I mean literally most times, we've shown that they were later lying. But here's Elon Levy saying, not a single, quote, brave Palestinian journalist, apparently because there is none, right? So that's again the point. It's all of them. There's no just some good, some bad in his mind. They're all bad. In Gaza, he says, has produced a single headline or an image that is inconvenient to Hamas. Why is that? I said, well, maybe, and I mean maybe because I highly doubt every one of them would be this way. Maybe it's because, unlike you, they don't produce headlines, which is what he said, based on if they're convenient for any side or based on any metric or perceived balance. They instead report what they see. Simple. I know it's shocking to wrap your mind around when all you do is lie. UNESCO, Visegrad writes, awarded its World Press Freedom Prize to all Palestinian journalists covering the war in Gaza. This is what triggered it because that makes them outraged. They write, let's be real. This is a site that is claiming to be a news organization that lies constantly with nothing to back this up, just goes, let's be real. Palestinian reporters are what Hamas tells them to do. That's it. And this is the thing we were just talking about. Says who? Where's the evidence? This is a group that is very clearly one-sided, very clearly in the interest of Israel, of their own statements, and has been caught lying countless times by me personally, provably, just goes, let's be real, they're Hamas. It's as stupid as going, oh, you said that bad thing about Israel, you must be racist. End of story. They're Hamas, human shields, you're a racist. That's it. Scroll through those answers. That's what you're going to get every time. It goes, whenever there is reporting that isn't the liking of Hamas, there is retribution. Oh, yeah, prove that. I mean, doesn't sound like a crazy thing to say. I'm sure that might be happening, especially as we know that Hamas is funded by Israel, that they've never want to talk about. But what's interesting is that they don't prove any of these things. They just go, oh, look at this reporter who's highlighting that we just murdered 10 children. Must be because Hamas is their supporter. Well, how about we just put that aside, even if it's true, and first acknowledge that you killed 10 children? No, Hamas, human shields, you're a racist. That's what we get. I think this is shockingly stupid, and that's why even these very accounts and entities are continually being ratioed and called out because they're just getting caught lying regularly. Well, let's just say there's plenty of journalists there that might be choosing not to highlight what Hamas does. That's certainly possible. Why would it be that shocking? They're ideologically aligned. They're politically aligned. They're legally aligned. I mean, everything about this, most of these people in Palestine recognize that what they're doing is fighting in some way or another, if not entirely, for their self-determination. Even if that means they do go on to commit terror and commit attacks and whatever else. So if you're in a place where you've lived in 75 years of a brutal occupation and apartheid, watched your families get murdered, raped, and pillaged, and then they tell you you're a terrorist, and then they put in place or allow one group to be in power, as we'll prove to you yet again today, and then as you're funneled through that group for everything you need to survive, they let her look back and go, look at them all working with Hamas as they force that into reality, as we can prove. And now we're at a point where they simply use that to downplay anything that happens because of any even not provable connections. Just because you're present in an area which they manufactured, you now are Hamas no matter what. My point is that these people would support any group in that circumstance that is fighting against the occupier. So might they be overlooking certain things? I have no doubt, just like you can see Israel doing. But my point is overall, I think most of these people are genuinely trying to cover like we're seeing on the ground. It's my opinion. Consider that they could be missing something. But again, the central point, that does not hide the fact that what they've shown can be proven. All you're trying to do is sidestep your crimes by saying they haven't shown you anything bad about Hamas. What are we in this balanced concept now? We're one for them, one for us? That's not journalism. That's propaganda. And that's exactly what I don't even think he understands. Like you're supposed to do one thing for Hamas and one thing for them? No, you're supposed to cover the truth. And in most cases, that's not usually 50-50. I genuinely don't even think he grasps that. He's terrible at this job. Now here, as Asal Rod pointing out something I think is important, this is a U.S. journalist who was murdered by Israel, where they later ultimately admitted that. And this is what they did when they were just simply having her funeral procession. And the overall point is Biden or anyone in the U.S. government didn't say a word. It's a U.S. journalist. So it overlaps both the point about how they don't care about you, but also that they don't care about journalists or press freedom or any things they care about if it goes against their allies. As Biden officials mark Press Freedom Day, which was yesterday, remember that they arm and fund Israel's unprecedented killing of journalists in Gaza. Remember the image of Israeli forces beating mourners at Shireen Abu Akleh's funeral 2 years ago, and that Biden did nothing after Israel killed her? Yep. Just to make sure you see this, guys, look at these. This is people who have hands up holding a funeral. Look at what they're doing. There's literally no way to misunderstand what you're looking at. They're kicking them in the legs. They're beating them in the legs. Nobody has a gun. They're doing this because they do not like that this person is being memorialized. Look at that. Only democracy in the Middle East, we're told. They're trying to make them drop the coffin. It's just, it's so revolting to me that people pretend that's not what this government is, not what this force is. And I simply highlighted Robert's article, provably showing that Israel covered up the murder of her and used U.S. help to do it. Remember the story that turned out first, just like Elon Levy going, we didn't do that. No, but they all said they did. He deletes his tweet, right? He said, we didn't shoot at the convoy. And he made it out like this. Facts. Sort of like, ridiculous Ben Shapiro's facts. Facts. We didn't shoot at her. We didn't shoot at the convoy. Hamas was involved. And then they came out and said, yes, we did, but it's because of them. It's because of this, because of that. He deleted the tweet. Like every other time. Like the Ali Hospital, where Naftali comes out and says, it was Hamas that did it. Ooh, wait, hold on. It's because they were there with human shields. It's just so ridiculous. The point is that they claimed it was them. Hamas shot her. Then they claimed, oh, wait, I think it was a bullet that ricocheted. Then they claimed, oh, wait, we did shoot her, but it's because they were doing X, Y, and Z. And all it came down to is it was an accident and we let it go. That's it. After they lied 4 times in a row trying to cover up the story. That's what happened. That's special treatment for the Israeli government. Not because it's Jewish people that live there. It's because the Israeli Zionist government is clearly manipulating foreign policy. Alon Mizrahi points out, a good rule of thumb, if you want to be on the right side of history, is be on the side of children. Yeah? Here's a horrifying reality. Nearly all 600,000 kids in Rafah, not just under 18, but kids, are injured, sick, malnourished, and otherwise injured. Or otherwise, killed, hurt. I guess injured kind of just wrap that up because the rest of them are being killed. The point is that injured just doesn't do it for me. We're talking about with people having arms gone, having legs blown off, like having been deformed by white phosphorus. That's injured, so you know, or sick or malnourished. All 600,000 of them, according to UNICEF. But of course, because UNICEF is Hamas, I will just pretend that doesn't matter, right? And says, and so these days, and so shameful and regrettable for these who don't. Just horrifying. But yeah, be on the side of children, right? Imagine trying to pretend that killing 15,000 children is somehow justified. Right back with, you'll rest in hell next to everybody along with the Iraq war, but they're involved in that, but specifically, I'm blanking on her name, I knew it. Madeleine McCain. Right? I guess McCain, right? Madeleine McCain? Tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. But remember, she famously said 500,000 children were worth it. I don't know how they ever thought that would fly. But same exact point today. Here's an interesting point before we get into the next segment. So this is Michael Rappaport, probably the worst human alive. And it's just these people that are just so, they're such posers right now. Look back through his social media and you show me where else he's predominantly showing you how he's Orthodox praying with the wrap and the hat thing. He'd post that like every other day right now, just projecting and posing because he's gaining from this, at least from certain crowds. Once this whole thing goes away, I guarantee people like this are going to fall off the web. They're going to fall away because they're ridiculous. He's having his shows canceled all over the place. And I think largely it's because people don't want to support him. And he's retroactively claiming like it's because he's been attacked by Jew haters. It's disgusting. These are bad people pretending to be virtuous while they attack anybody else. But here's the point I want to highlight. He says, F the martyrs, meaning people that Israel's killed. Despite the fact that they want to pretend like that means some kind of a terrorist thing, just like they pretend intifada means murder, even though it just simply means revolution or resistance, which is the reality. It can mean terrible things, but it doesn't. It's like saying revolution. Same point. It's a synonymous word. But the point is, martyrs at this point are people that are being killed. When they talk about 30,000 martyrs, those are people that have been killed in Israel, whether they were standing there or fighting back or doing anything. All the children that have been killed, 15,000 children, those are martyrs. So he's going, F the martyrs. They ain't SHIT, he says, because he's just this lowbrow, vulgar idiot. He says they're a bunch of raping punk-ass pieces of SO. That's what he's saying. All the children too, Rappaport? Yeah, apparently. But here's the main point. He's showing a video that he's proudly promoting that shows a person. Here's the sign that says on this bridge, free Gaza, glory to the martyrs. So if you want to pretend that means something else, like free Palestine means hate the Jews, well, that's your ignorance. What it means is glory to the people that remember the people that have been killed. It's like any other memorial saying, remember the people that got killed in this war or people that are being killed right now. It means the children that are being killed and everybody else, right? Okay. So what he's showing and promoting is a clip where this guy walks up there and cuts it down. See? Okay, so explain for me how this is any different than them screeching about anti-Semitism when people tear down those flyers. Oops, it's not. It's the exact same thing. So all I'm showing you is that, of course, this person has every right to do this. The reality, though, is that if you're going to freak out about the fact that you're tearing down posters about people, posters, by the way, in New York, about people that are in the Gaza area, which they can't do anything about. They're like missing posters for people that are trapped in Gaza. And by the way, that are still there because their government continues to not want to take them back, which we'll talk about next. But yeah, I agree. It shouldn't tear it down. My point is it's disgusting that they can't recognize or they choose not to how it's only okay when they do it. Every single point we're talking about. Now, Alon Mizrahi also points out, he says, and this is in regard to Rafah. I think we're talking about Rafah here, then we're going to get into, we'll just go through it. So he says, this is about the ongoing Rafah conversation. He says, my feeling is that all the fake noise we're being fed is just a distraction from what's really being set in motion. And this is one of the things I've been worried about. Not just the misdirection, but whether the idea of the invasion of Rafah in and of itself, even if it actually happens, is being used to manipulate us. He said, it's quite clear to me that Israel and the U.S. are already fully coordinated on the looming Rafah attack. But they are stalling and distracting, waiting for what? This is his question. And I think it's very obvious that they're bombing into Rafah, which I'll show you next, right now anyway. So it's kind of a moot point. It'll be exponentially worse, but they're already attacking it. So this game about trying to have a plan before we start, it's already happening. It's been happening for months now. He says one answer, though, could be Usreal, or Usreal, meaning U.S. and Israel together, wants to be able to pin the blame on Hamas for refusing a deal that was never going to happen. Hamas has said repeatedly they would not accept anything short of an end of genocide. But there could be other considerations, the arrival of further munitions and arms, or the completion of the enigmatic pier, whose purpose is never explained. I think it's obvious. It's more occupation. It's an Israeli agenda long before October 7th that was reframed ignorantly as Biden's plan, that it's obvious to prove it wasn't. They even tried to push it in the beginning for where they would put Palestinians. They've been trying to float this for different reasons for a long time. So it's just more Israel plans being used and executed by the U.S. government with your tax dollars, by the way. And they sent 1,000 troops that are there now occupying the pier. It's obvious what's going on. And all these people that don't know any better are screaming for support or, in fact, shouting against it. So it's interesting how they don't have any support for it. Right now, you've either got people that are calling out that Biden is funding terrorists or whatever the right's calling it. Then you got the left who's saying, we don't want it because you're occupying Gaza. So they're doing it even though most all Americans don't even want it. That's your democracy for you guys. But it says the arrival of further munitions and arms or the completion of the pier. He says, could it be that they are waiting for the pier to be operational in order to enable mass-scale ethnic cleansing by sea? Certainly possible. He says that is without implicating Egypt. That's been one of the problems. Egypt's not wanting to play their part. Could it be all of the above, namely psyops to stall and blame Hamas and finish preparations for mass deportations of Rafah residents? He says, I'm 99.9% sure no deal is going to happen, which I agree with, because Israel will not allow it. He says, what are Israel and U.S.'s plans going where we're going to find out shortly? He says, I feel like we're heading for an escalation on two fronts, the genocide and the clampdown on opposition to this in the U.S. That's the protests. These people are up to no good at all. And our only hope is a massive, massive wave of protest to shake the confidence of American establishments. He then goes on to say, and let's keep in mind that politically Israel is in a much tougher position than Hamas. Israel is losing badly in public opinion and cannot move on as long as this goes on. Hamas are making the support for Palestine internationally firmer every day. The chances that Hamas will be squeezed into accepting a deal in which Israel has the upper hand doesn't seem too high, despite all the hype, which only adds to the feeling that something is principally wrong with the way this is covered. Yeah, I mean, it's patently dishonest, but the point is that they're trying to make it seem like they're the one. That's why they lie about them not accepting the deal, acting like there's anything shifting around it. It's not. It's very clear what's going on. Everybody, literally, including most people in the U.S., even though they don't still side with Israel, are suggesting they take a deal that allows this to at least exchange the hostages, which means a full pause or stop. I only say pause because I can prove to you that Israel will not abide by any ceasefire as soon as they get what they want. That's my point about why they wouldn't just accept this anyway. All they have to do is just go, well, look, they're doing X, Y, and Z over there, and don't need to prove it. People will buy it, and they'll just start attacking again. And they get their hostages back. So it'll ultimately end up with a full exchange, and then Israel can just scoop them all back up and keep bombing right into it like an open barrel. That's what they're doing. So why don't they take that then? Because they don't want this to look like them bombing into an area. They want it to seem like Hamas didn't take the deal so they can keep doing what they're doing to save them, in big, big quotes. It's not what they're doing. They're actively trying to kill them, as far as I can tell, and we'll get into that right now. Elijah Manier points out, Israel's under Netanyahu will refuse to stop the war in exchange for a prisoner swap. They just did, by the way. Therefore, Netanyahu leaked to the Israeli media that he would go into Rafah with or without the deal. And that's my point about how they use this to sabotage the negotiation. No end of the war, no deal. No Israel withdraw, no deal. So the point is that he knew this. And he knew that they would not accept it. And so ultimately he's leaking that's why he even threatened the ICC, going, look, if you do that, we're going into Rafah. So he's using this illegal action as a threat, as a pressure tool against people in the world. And yet they're the ones going, they're not violating the law, even though they know that they're being manipulated. Probably don't care. This is an article from today. ABC News puts this out. Israel will not agree to end the war with Hamas as part of any potential deal. Yeah, what was that again about how only Hamas is refusing deals? I mean, guys, it's absurd how this keeps getting framed by very, very, very dishonest people. I've very clearly highlighted the fact that there's been a back and forth. So yes, Netanyahu and Israel and the United States pretend like they're building something new, and they come back every time with the same old tired proposal. And they're like, well, why are you even bringing this to us? We already made it clear. And you could argue that's them drawing a red line when they shouldn't be able to, but nonetheless, everybody wants that. And that's the point. Even Israelis want that. Israelis are screaming that they want Netanyahu to take whatever deal they offer to allow their people to come home. 972 magazines cover this. It's now being covered by corporate media. So when that happens and they come back and they go, here's a deal for 2 weeks and 10 people, it's ridiculous because all that does is allow Israel to gain more leverage. And they're going to go back to the only thing people want to really stop, which is the ongoing genocide. And this is the point of everybody, including the hostages. So when you realize that when they keep turning it down, they're guaranteeing the ongoing death of hostages and Palestinians alike. And their own people know that. So Israel briefed the U.S. on a plan to apparently move Gazans ahead of a Rafah invasion. So this comes out now, right? This is coming out as of yesterday. And this is because they're trying to float this idea. Well, we're going to start back into this. They're hoping this gives them leverage. And it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Frankly, I can't think it will. And it scares me because it's going to be terrible. This is going to be one of the worst examples of this because of how many people have been bunched into a terrible area, and most of them cannot move. Not in the sense of where I'm sure they can, but the point is they have nowhere to go, or they're injured, or they're sick, or they're starving. So the point is you're in a position now where it's worse than ever in any of the previous times, where these people are not going to go anywhere, and they're just going to start bombing them, which they already are, by the way. As Sarah Abdallah writes, they're dropping bombs on tents full of civilians in Rafah. This is what just happened, and it keeps happening. Guys, this is literally in an area where these are just civilian tents. You see, this is in Rafah, where they're in these tents that are killing people, by the way. We'll get to that in a second because it's a super hot time right now, where they're just bombing open tents. And there's a UNICEF tent right there. Like, why don't people recognize how crazy that is? This is the point. They're not going, there was a Hamas operative there. They're just not even talking about this. Cuds News highlighted as well. Mohammed Shihada points out a debunking of Israel's talking points on Rafah itself through the words of top Israeli generals and leaders on why the invasion, 1, will not defeat Hamas, 2, may cost the lives of all the hostages. These are Israelis saying this from their leadership 3 is not even necessary, and 4 that Hamas is still alive and kicking in every city the IDF invaded and destroyed. Probably by design, because they funded them. But the point is, these are coming from, in this case, a former IDF major general, saying there is no strategic importance to the operation in Rafah. Where's all the media and all their sleuthing out there? They can't sniff this one out. They can't go, oh, wait a minute, a major former IDF general is saying that there's literally no strategic interest. So why are they doing it? No, they won't do that because they're cowards. Here's a Hebrew translated article. Peace with Egypt and the enemies around the entrance to Rafah could put Israel in danger, saying it's extremely a serious lie that will bring the state of Israel to the hands of the Hebrews in all areas. With translation, point is basically it's not going to achieve what they want. A move on Rafah could cost the hostages' lives. Gee, where have you heard that before? How about a move on anywhere in the area where they don't know where they are could cost their lives? That's what their families are saying now. Israelis must flood the streets to keep IDF out of Rafah. This is on Haaretz. So ask yourself how wild it is that all you're really seeing, excuse me, is a bunch of predominantly right-wing Americans who are pushing for an invasion of somewhere else's area while most Israelis don't want that to happen. While their own corporate media are saying we need to protest to stop this from happening, but largely for their people, not for the Gazans. Most of them don't care about that. That's a sad reality, but not all of them. But realize how wild that is. And this is why they're so aggressively, like Greenblatt made clear, aiming their propaganda at the U.S. audience, specifically at the young age, specifically on, well, all of them really, but right now they predominantly have an influence over the right-wing conversation. And we also said Israel's own underestimates is that there will still be 5,000 armed Hamas militants in northern Gaza. All right, so how does that make sense if you're telling us that this is the last location? We have to do this to finish the whole thing. I mean, it's over and over and over, guys. Same in Khan Yunis, he writes, Hamas resurged as soon as the IDF left. Or at least that's what we're being told. Either way, it does not line up with what the justification is. Now, here's one example, but I've shown you endless examples. People interviewing. These are lots of protests that are bursting in the Knesset saying, how dare you not take the deal? This is Merav from 972 magazine. And she's also said this about in previous examples that they're reporting in their polls discussed by major broadcasters in Israel are that the majority of these people want them to take any deal they offer if they get their families back. Here for the podcast is one of these protesters with a sign that reads, Netanyahu's government is using the hostages as human shields. It's in Israel. She's sitting right next to a poster full of the hostages. This is what they're fighting for, guys, and people don't want to talk about it. Protesting for ceasefire hostage deal against their government. Here's another interesting overlap. These are Haredi Jews in occupied Jerusalem burning the Israeli flag in protest against the new Israeli government conscription law. Just like with Ukraine, because they're losing, they're starting to more and more try to draft, if you will, from a U.S. perspective, conscript people into their military, even though they're all obligated to do so for the most part. But it says which mandates their enlistment in the occupation army due to the Gaza war. So this doesn't have to be about Gazans or even the hostages. What I want you to see is that these are Jews that are aggressively protesting being a part of their military. And guess what the IDF does to them? Hello to the podcast. They beat them up just like they do anybody that pushes back against the Zionist agenda. I don't know how many times I can show this to people, and these are every day. These are Orthodox Jews being dragged to the street by the IDF because they dare to protest the Zionist government, which, by the way, that's what the Israeli flag represents. The Star of David is not necessarily a Israeli concept, or rather a Jewish concept. It is a Zionist Israeli state concept. Ask any Orthodox Jew, they'll tell you that. The point is, this is the manipulation we're always talking about. Here's Miko Peled, excuse me. I mixed it up with another person. Miko Peled. He was the son of a decorated Israeli general. His grandfather signed Israel's Declaration of Independence. Now, he rightly believes that Israel has been engaging in ethnically cleansing Palestinians for much of the last 8 decades. Here's what he has to say.
Children are dying from sepsis because they run around barefoot, of course, everywhere. They have cuts on their feet. There's no way to clean them because there's no clean water, and there's no antibiotic ointment to put on them. So they're getting sepsis, and they die. Children are dying from simple cuts in their feet. Can you imagine? I mean, I have children. Anybody who has children, can you imagine your child has a cut? You put a little ointment, a Band-Aid, it's gone. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a child dying from a small cut? Now they have no more than one cut because they've been running around barefoot on this debris for a long time. And to make it worse, any point in the Gaza Strip, a 10-minute drive, you've got the best medical facilities, access to clean water, access to food, access to everything. I mean, that's the problem. Open the gates, open this prison, and let people out. There's no reason for people to be hungry or sick or dying in the Gaza Strip because there's all these hospitals, like I said, less than 10 minutes away from any point in Gaza. So they're airdropping, they're trying to bring a flotilla, which is probably not going to happen. They're bringing this, that. There's thousands of trucks with millions and millions of dollars worth of humanitarian aid that's rotting, by the way, because Israel won't let it in. But nobody is thinking to demand that Israel open the goddamn door and break the wall and let people be, let people free. Within a 10-minute drive, they can have everything they need. That we don't need to see people dying like this. It's only because Israel is being allowed to get away with murder. This is the problem. The problem is not access into Gaza through Rafah. The problem is the existence of this genocidal, racist regime that has taken over Palestine and has occupied people's minds, and everybody's following them like they're, I don't know what. That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Now, more to that point, this is an article from Mondawise. Palestinians in Gaza's displacement camps face rampant disease due to destroyed infrastructure. Now, I was reading more about this earlier. It's horrifying what they're dealing with. Open sewage, and this is not, of course, you have all the disgusting people in the comments down below going, look at how they live. Yeah, like this is their choice. Like this is by design. They already live in an area that's aggressively controlled and made to be this way. Now they've been forced into a smaller area where they're all jammed together, where they don't have enough water or food and no working sewage or any kind of systems or infrastructure, living in tents that are hundreds of degrees because of how hot it is outside. People are dying of heat stroke, and we're pretending like it's all their choice, right? But the point is that the very camps themselves are leading to overwhelming problems that are going to keep growing. And I guarantee the longer this goes, it's going to be blamed on them. It's disgusting. Mary Kostakidis points out this from an article from Electronic Intifada. Gaza has often been described as a massive concentration camp, but the conditions now are worse than the terms imply. That this densely populated patch of earth has become a cesspool of raw sewage, endless fields of rubble and pulverized, that's the point I forgot actually, pulverized asbestos, which by the way, some people argue was completely by design. This toxic particulate matter of explosives and other military chemicals. So that's in and of itself, which is very toxic, especially with how much they've used, and especially if they're using things designed to be more toxic, which I know that they are. Abby Martin's work has proven this in the past. On top of that, the asbestos from the buildings that have been, it's everywhere. And assuming they don't get bombed or shot or killed or raped or pillaged, right? It says water and air pollution on top of that. And inescapable filth. It is poison upon poison, breathed in and out by young and old alike. Wounds, because of this, cannot escape infection. That's not even, I would argue, even if they had something to deal with it, it probably would be that much more problematic. But they don't even have something to put on it. And do not heal. Nothing can heal. The trees are gone. Israel bulldozed them along with the majority of farmlands. Why? Because Hamas were in the trees? We can't be this stupid. Animals die of thirst and hunger and rot where they fall in the middle of the streets. People as well, decomposing where they fall in the street from Israeli snipers. Gaza is beyond words we typically use. Concentration camp isn't a big enough term. Quote, the nylon tents Israel forced people into are, alas, their ovens. Heat strokes are the latest cause of death. Several children have died as a result. Likewise, 2 Palestinian Christian women, another mother-daughter pair who had been sheltering in a church in northern Gaza. The churches they pretend don't exist despite the fact that they keep bombing them after Israel bombed and destroyed their homes. 19-year-old Laura Grace Khalil al-Saij had her mother finally got permission to leave through Egypt after paying the mandatory $5,000 per person and waiting weeks on end for their turn. Died because of these tents. They had no choice but to leave on foot. Oh yeah, I thought that was the case. No choice but to leave on foot in the scorching heat. Oh, I guess I am wrong. I'm sorry. I thought that was the last one then. In any case, so these people, despite waiting for this, had no choice but to leave on foot in the scorching heat, hoping to find a more hospitable earth told them. Laura collapsed on the way and died of heat stroke. Her mother remained in a coma. So my point was not in the tents. I thought that's what the whole point was there, but these people are all dying. From, like he's saying, children with cuts in their feet. Simply walking to where you're trying to get to, dying of heat stroke because you're not having enough water or food or every number of other things. But it's all their fault, right? Children ask their parents questions that have no answers. When can we go home? They ask questions much older than their years, and one wonders if they know the meaning of their questions. Asking, how are the ceasefire negotiations? Is there an agreement yet? From a 4-year-old asking this question. He says, I speak to children every chance I get and often ask the same question. What do you want most of all in the world? Without exception, the answer is for the bombing to stop so they can go home. I prod to know what then? What do they want after a genocide? Nothing at all. A safe home is the ceiling of their deepest desires. What do you miss most? He asks stupidly, he says. My father, one boy tells him. I cannot contain the tears that rush from utterance of the word Baba. And he buries his face in my arms. I immediately regret the question, fearing that I may have traumatized him more. God, I can't even imagine dealing with that. I don't even know if I could honestly do that job. In the past, despite Israel's intermittent mowing the lawn, bombing campaigns, despite the diet it put Gaza on to bring people to the brink of starvation, which is a verifiable fact, by the way. I thought we'd grab it. Now, let's see. Hold on. Oh, maybe it's the... Oh, well. I was going to try to find that for you guys. It's a Haaretz article. I can't remember what it was. But the point is that they provably, and this is this what so kills me about these conversations. If I didn't want to waste your time more, it would take me a minute to find it. But nonetheless, people will ignore the fact, despite the fact that they publicly said that we're going to bring it to the bare minimum caloric intake, which even then they didn't do because people are literally dying in the streets. But that you say that even, they go, no, they've got more food than they could possibly have because Elon Levy lies on Twitter. And not the minority, I believe, because people can't be that stupid. It's provable, and they said it themselves publicly, and corporate media covered it nonetheless. Despite the power cuts, the cruel siege and imprisonment, Palestinians in Gaza still found ways to excel. They created universities and managed to become the most highly educated people per capita. And this is, before October 7th. In the region, with a literacy rate of more than 97%. They'll lie about that, but it's the truth. They built businesses, found ways to make do with sporadic electricity, established ingenious recycling industries, produced profound literature and art, and created a robust local economy. Israel always hated this. The Israelis have always hated our joy, our resourcefulness. Even now, as people are barely holding on to life, Israel's society and media personalities seethe at the sight of Palestinian children playing in the ocean on one of the hottest days in Gaza's recorded history. Remember that? How can there be a genocide? Look at them all on the beach. Disgusting. They claimed Israel wasn't hitting them hard enough. Israelis apparently need to see a permanent erasure of our smiles and total despair in our children. Disgusting. Now, on the note of human shields, another one. This is now the 5th example that we have proven, we have seen since October 7th. And yet to see a single provable example coming from Israel about Hamas. That's never been because I believe it's not possible. It would surprise me if it hasn't happened in some way. Nonetheless, they use every single one they killed. The example, the narrative, the excuse is human shield. Not one proven point. Here is another one that we can prove, and yet you will never hear this talked about in corporate media. These are human shields you're looking at.
After 14, 21 days.
Oh, actually, hold on. I'll just play it right here because that's right. There wasn't no audio necessary. It's a Palestinian, blindfolded, that they use to walk in front of them as they go into areas. Simple as that. That's a human shield. They call it the neighbor procedure. Okay, dead body just lying in the street. No big deal. Now the point, he says, leaked footage shows Israel, this is Al Jazeera pointing this out, taking an elderly Gazan as a human shield, forcing him to inspect buildings with 2 likely explosive drones on top of his head, likely to kill him in any second, and probably did afterward for all we know. Guess who's never accused of taking Gazans as human shields in the mainstream media ever? Use of his human shield is an open secret, guys. It's called the neighbor procedure, and it has been repeatedly labeled as illegal by the UN and leading human rights groups going back a decade. I covered it in this episode right here, which you can watch for yourself. Literally, and another example, right on the image you'll see for yourself. A child literally has fastened to the top of their car. It's a public example that was called out back then. Open secret of Israel using human shields. And I'll play that clip for you. A little quick segment I made of it, but there's a lot more. I recommend you watch the full show. 2013, Palestinian children tortured, used as shields by Israel, per the United Nations. Reuters. Israeli soldiers who used Palestinian boy, a 9-year-old, as human shields avoid jail. Defense for Children International, an international human rights group. Israel forces use 5 Palestinian children as human shields. That's 2023. This is from 2017. Generally, human shields. Since the beginning of the occupation in 1967, Israeli security forces have repeatedly used Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as human shields. Israeli soldiers routinely use Palestinian civilians as human shields by forcing them to carry out life-threatening tasks. It was also following a high court petition against this practice, which was filed by human rights organizations around the world in May 2002, that the IDF issued a general order prohibiting the use of Palestinians as a means of human shield against gunfire or attacks by the Palestinian side. But then it goes on to say, following the order, the use of human shields dropped sharply. However, the army did not construe as a human shield the use of Palestinians, provided they consented. The army continued the widespread use of this practice, which they referred to as the neighbor procedure. Following another petition filed by human rights organizations, the High Court of Justice ruled that this practice, too, violated international humanitarian law and that this thus was illegal. And guess what they've never stopped doing? Here is the Institute for Middle East Understanding, the neighbor procedure, Israel's use of Palestinian human shields from 2012. Human Rights Watch. During military operations, Israeli soldiers routinely coerced Palestinian civilians, including children, to perform life-endangering acts that assisted military operations, the practice known as the neighbor procedure. Now, see this? And here we are again, over and over and over, where they're talking about rape, whether we're talking about organ theft, or any number of things that are casually lobbed at people without evidence. You can prove these things. It's just shocking in regard to Israel's government and their IDF. In Middle East, I shared the same footage. I wanted to share this clip that Sabzi shared, just showing an IDF member admitting that they do this. I mean, it's amazing. Not that you should even need that, by the way. It's obvious this is a reality. It's obvious they've admitted to it. That's the UN point. They admitted to doing it and said, okay, well, now stop doing it. So you can't pretend like it wasn't a policy, but then they went to the neighbor procedure. And the point is they followed up and said, well, that's also illegal, and they never stopped doing it. That's where we are. Here he is admitting it.
Observing all day, you're so bored. You just wait for the moment to shoot, to do something, for God's sake. And it becomes a game. It's a computer game, playing with a joystick. Patrolling the streets. Palestinians throw stones at you. You just grab the first Palestinian kid and you walk with him in front of you. It never ends. There are so many possibilities to use a Palestinian as a human shield. And it all comes because a Palestinian life worth less than your life.
That's the reality. That's how they feel. Right? I mean, at least the ones that continue to do it. Plenty of them. And that's why I argue that not everybody's on the same page. Speak out about it once they realize what they're doing. Here's another example. Abir writes, Zionism is the word you're looking for, lads. Why killing children is acceptable.
There's a terrorist in a building, and this terrorist will kill many Jews. It's just a matter of time, because that's what he does all his life. And there's an opportunity to throw a bomb on his head. But maybe a few Arab kids will get hurt. And they say, well, the kids are innocent. How are you going to kill 2, 3, 8 kids that are there in a building? They're going to get killed. So the answer is, if you don't kill those supposedly innocent kids, what would happen later? This one will kill 50 Jews. they will become terrorists one way or the other. So that's what the Torah says. If someone is on the way to kill you now or in a year from now, you can kill him even now, a year before. You don't have to wait a minute before. But the point is right here that Hashem say, do not have mercy on the children. Kill all their children also. Why? There's no difference between them and their children. In 10 years from now, these children will attack you on the way. Hashem, no.
That's just absolutely disgusting. Now, look, I know Jewish people that, for example, we've discussed the group. I'm not saying such I know them, but both points together. I've discussed the group Torah Judaism and their discussion around this. Right? And there's difference, just like any other religion. There's different people who lean more towards different scripture, different books. The point is that to frame this as it's okay to murder children if they're not Jewish, as that's what that says, is the same as the people would argue the Bible says we're supposed to treat black people differently, which is not true. But there was an entire movement throughout U.S. history that argued that was God given, that God said, or the Bible suggests that we're supposed to treat them in a different way. It's always the interpretation of crazy, extreme people. This is Zionism, guys. That's my opinion. I believe that's the extreme push that's coming from that side of it. Look, I've always argued clearly, and you could disagree, that it is Zionism that is manipulating Judaism. But nonetheless, another way to say that is that ultimately we're talking about an extreme sect of Judaism that is Zionism-led, that's crazy, that is extreme, that is racist. I mean, it's the same point. I'm still arguing that's Zionism, the culprit. But that doesn't mean there's not Jewish people that believe that. And also Christians and also other religions, like Biden calling himself a Christian Zionist. So we have to be clear about all that. But this is disgusting. It doesn't matter what you believe. You have to acknowledge that it's wrong. And let's look at what they're doing. Whether you're a Zionist or anything else that is allowing this to happen and you believe that's why, you're a bad person. But this is why my point is we're watching it happen and then they pretend it's not, or it's Hamas. But here we are giving examples of why that's allowed anyway, right? I mean, it's obvious this is happening. It's pretty alarming. Now, this is an example of the overlap of Christianity, Judaism in the context of, as they write, the Holy Land. We're talking about Jerusalem. Israel, actually, I think this was, it was another post, by the way, that framed it that way. But in any case, the Credo writes, Israeli police violently arrested Greek consul's guard at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in occupied Jerusalem during celebrations for Holy Saturday by thousands of Christians ahead of Orthodox Easter Sunday. Israeli forces previously set up iron barriers around the church to obstruct Christians' access. Watch this. This is what the IDF did to the Greek consul's guard at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Look what they do to this guy. Imagine if that was in any other discussion. Wild. Now, two more examples just of other things I wanted to include that are, important in regard to what they're currently doing as the Israeli government. Jeremy Diamond highlights this. This is a CNN investigation, so as always, take that with a salt lick in regard to what they may or may not be manipulating. Nonetheless, because of, as I think, obviously, they're recognizing that the world sees their propaganda, that they're trying to throw you a bone. Doesn't mean it's false, though, right? So just consider that with, as always, a pound of salt when it comes to corporate media. But nonetheless, they're highlighting the fact that Israel was responsible for murdering children. That's the crux of the point here. 2 weeks ago, they reported on a strike in Gaza, the harrowing image of children's bodies splayed around a foosball table. You've heard about this. CNN analysis of evidence recovered and documented at the scene points to a Israeli guided munition strike. But yeah, surprise, even on corporate media at this point, but it's not going to change even slightly what Biden's administration will do, or Trump if he was in position.
This grainy home video is the closest Mona Audatala will ever get to seeing her 10-year-old daughter. A stack of school certificates, a wardrobe of her favorite clothes, the perfume she used to wear. All that remains of the daughter Mona poured everything into. There is no Shahed now. Every time she came in, she said, "Mom," I would say, "My soul, my soul, my soul is gone." Shahed was one of 10 children killed when an Israeli airstrike hit the crowded street in the Al-Maghazi refugee camp where she was playing with her friends.
Look at that. A foosball table. And all I can see are dead children. How in the world is that not a larger story?
It's impossible to miss among the small bodies splayed around a foosball table in the chaotic aftermath. 2 weeks later, the Israeli military still won't take responsibility for the strike that killed her. CNN provided the IDF with the coordinates and time of the attack based on metadata from 2 different phones in the immediate aftermath. The IDF said they did not have a record of that strike. They said they carried out a strike at a different time than described, and that the collateral damage as described in the query is not known to the IDF. The IDF makes great efforts to mitigate harm to the civilian population.
Same old response.
From areas where strikes are being carried out. Evidence recovered and documented by CNN at the scene of the strike paints a very different picture of Israeli military responsibility.
You get the point. You know, the crux of the point is the same.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars.
That's what we're dealing with. I mean, even CNN, for crying out loud, is there. So IDF goes, we don't even know what you're talking about. And they're like, yes, but we've proven it was you. And they just let it go. That's it. But we're all going to debate whether this is a crime or whether they're committing genocide or whether they're even committing war crimes. As Matt Miller will tell you, they haven't committed a single crime. That's where we are. I mean, as someone in the chat saying, I mean, I'm not shocked CNN's covering this. I get it. I mean, I'm shocked to see where we are because it's wild to see where we are. But I clearly recognize how desperate they are. Just like Biden has lost the majority of his support, any platform right now that is blindly ignoring the reality is hemorrhaging support. The majority of the world is on the same page right now, which is so inspiring and crazy and dangerous because it could very well be co-opted like always in the past. Nonetheless, you have these groups that are going, okay, we have to do something because nobody cares about our one side of the Israel blind because there's nothing to back it up. Your reports are essentially IDF said and we're regurgitating. Otherwise, you've got endless amounts of video and evidence, and average people on Twitter are doing better work than their garbage, which is usually the case anyway. But they see it, and now they know we see it, and they know it's worldwide. So they go, okay, do a small. They're going to lose Israeli support to some degree, but it's a balance at this point. Lose everything, or maybe maintain some and convince them later we'll make it up, or whatever. I mean, at some level that's happening. And then at the same time, you'll notice that through these reports, there's still soft lies. You know, ignoring the occupation, pretending like there's no, you know, that they all voted for Hamas or whatever the narratives are. They still enshrine those little smaller lies because that's the real point. Now, in general, we have to realize that everybody sees this, and it's so obvious that you have governments that are even trying to stop doctors who are speaking out from entering the EU or speaking out in Germany. Like they literally tried to arrest him in Germany. This is Abu Sita. Ghassan Abu Sita. He's a doctor that was from London, that was in Gaza, that saw all of it, who talked about all of it. He did huge reports on it. They tried to arrest him in Germany. Now he's in France, and guess what? They're trying to bar him from entering. It says, British Palestinian surgeon Dr. Ghassan Abu Sita on May 4th was denied entry to France, where he was due to speak to the French Senate about the medical crisis in Gaza. He says, quote, I am at Charles de Gaulle Airport. They're preventing me from entering France. I'm supposed to speak at the French Senate today. They say the Germans put a 1-year ban on my entry to Europe. My God, talk about gaslighting for genocide. Now here is Taib Ali. He was another writer, I think, trying to speak with him. He's at the head of international law, crime and fraud, regulatory ranked in chambers. What is it from? What's Bin Mas LLP? Not sure. But the point is, he is trying to speak with him about this. And it says, Ghassan, a witness on record to war crimes, has had his phone taken by French airport authorities while I was speaking to him and is now unable to speak to his lawyers. We are trying to get access. This is outrageous. Wow. It's on the record, guys. Everyone sees what's happening. They talk about trying to suppress a person from simply speaking about what they personally saw. Do you know why they're trying to do that? Because they know we all see it. They know that there's other doctors like Nick Maynard who have already told you what's going on.
Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years, many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
I just don't know how people ignore these things. You know, and if you somehow want to disregard Abu Sita because he's British Palestinian, which you're disgusting, but let's just say that means something, that he must be lying because he's Palestinian. This is a not Palestinian foreign doctor who was in Gaza, who saw everything, who watched them murder people at Al-Shifa Hospital, who watched assassinate them, watched them get buried with their hands tied, that they later found and then blamed on Hamas, despite the fact that this doctor who's telling you he watched it happen. This is why people like Abu Sita are being stopped, because they do not want this to come together. It's crazy to me. Now, here's an example of, in regard to and we're going to get into the protest for the most part for the majority of the rest of the show, and how that is highlighting some important contradictions and important things in general. But I wanted to highlight this around the speech. And that's why we finished right there with Abu Sita and the people that are being suppressed. Because you must realize this is not just about Israel, guys. This is clearly about suppressing your ability to say the things that are uncomfortable for power. Now, here is a quick sidestep in regard to the United Nations. The UN declares war on information, Camus writes. Under Secretary General for Global Communications, Melissa Fleming, says we do feel like we are in an information war and that we need to massively ramp up our response. What are they going to do? Well, monitors, to be able to rapidly react when mis and disinformation, hate speech is threatening our people. Okay, so for all the Republicans out there that are rightly going, oh, wait a minute, right? The whole point of the COVID-19 conversation, mis, disinformation, hate speech, we can't support any of that. We got to make sure that we stand up for the First Amendment, right? We'll take a step back and realize that the hate speech category is right now applied to what they're saying about Israel. They just passed the bill. We'll get to that next. Saying that's anti-Semitic, even though it's not, or, you know, it might not be. The point is, we can say Israel committed a crime, and they say, whoa, wait a minute, Holocaust Memorial Museum. I forget the name of the group. I think I have it listed. The Holocaust Museum definition conversation. I forget the full name of the group, where they're now deciding what whatever that definition or whatever they decide, which can change moment by moment. It's not a legislative body. In fact, I'll wait to play Matt Walsh's clip on this. The point being, they can decide, and suddenly you as an American are no longer allowed to say what they said is wrong, even though, again, things like conflating Zionism and highlighting that Zionism is not Judaism, highlighting that the conflation is dishonest and, in fact, anti-Semitic, is somehow now anti-Semitic, or highlighting all the things we're talking about, or even pretending that because they say Free Palestine, they hate Jewish people, except there's half that group that are Jewish that are saying that. It's dangerous. So this point we're going to play is about just recognizing this clip is not just about medical freedom, not just about whether the COVID shots are hurting people, or saying that a trans person X, Y, and Z. It's about anything they decide is dangerous for power. And right now, if you are on any side of the paradigm and are somehow rationalizing the censorship of these people, Let's just remove the ones you think you've seen are violent or doing a wrong thing or breaking the law. Every one of the rest of them that are simply there protesting for Palestine, who are now being arrested and shut down and criminally charged, being expelled, being threatened. You cannot support that. If you do, you're a hypocrite.
I do feel like we are in an information war and that we need to massively ramp up our response. So we're creating at the UN a central capacity to monitor and also have the ability to rapidly react when mis and disinformation and hate speech is threatening not just our people, our operations, but also the issues and the causes that we're working on. But also we're going to be gearing up our verified initiative around climate change and developing this UN code of conduct on information integrity on digital platforms, hoping to set global standards that we can all advocate around.
Global standards, huh? Global standards. Right. So that's why it includes the same conversation. So if you're somehow divided on the criticism of Israel versus the criticism of the COVID shot or climate change, you're being played. Or in fact, you're just lost because they're the same conversation. It just comes down to free speech, guys. Now, by the way, this is for another conversation because she overlaps with climate change. I just started following him. This guy, Andre, put together a great little thread here that you should check out. It's right below it. Just showing you all the times that they've highlighted what's coming. It's important. We'll probably talk about it in a future show. Now, we just talked about this. This was last show. House passes wildly unconstitutional Countering Anti-Semitism Act. And of course, we talk about the fake defenders of liberty. This being anybody that's out there claiming they fight for free speech or claiming that they're libertarian or claiming whatever it is, while somehow contorting themselves into promote and supporting the censorship and suppression of people that are saying things they don't like. That's just straight up stupid, but it's happening. And this bill is wild. And again, first of all, Glenn Greenwald points out, which we expected, now the state of Rio de Janeiro is copying the U.S. House. They're now adopting the same definition of, quote, anti-Semitism as the House approved, banning a wide range of criticism of Israel or Jewish individuals as criminal bigotry. Even if you agree that it's bigotry, it's words. They are words, and you have a right to express your thoughts. That is free speech. He says this kind of censorship, the left has long supported. Again, I love that he's pointing this out because this is what's getting so confusing and uncomfortable for a lot of the faux right, the faux freedom fighters out there using the right-wing people that do believe in those things to push their agendas on top of everything else. And you know who I think that is. The point is that you're now supporting the same thing that you said the lefty woke maniacs were pushing on you. Why? Because they barely shifted the needle, barely moved the top. Now we're looking just right over there, and all of a sudden your entire world changes. That means you never really had beliefs or principles. You were just being swayed along with the talking points of the day. The same thing you were saying about the left. This is what the two-party illusion is, guys. And it's just, again, it gets easy at certain points to highlight one side or the other. Like COVID, it was very easy to point out the contradictions of the left, but I'm always trying to highlight that it's always both sides, guys. Just because right now you got people that are hearing this more and thinking I'm somehow a secret lefty, it's the same thing. It's the same. It always oscillates back and forth. Either the lefties call me a right-wing MAGA Nazi and the rights call me a left-wing woke maniac. And the reality is they're all lost in the two-party illusion. And I'm not always right. But my point is that if you can see through the two-party illusion, this stuff becomes cartoonish. Here, Matt Walsh makes this very clear, which I find hilarious because I'm pretty sure I could promise you that Ben Shapiro does not agree with this. And I have a great point about him trying to suppress his own people because they went a law afoul of Israel. So I get the feeling like Matt Walsh might not be with this group there much longer, and maybe he shouldn't be.
The bill itself never gives a definition. It only says that the definition is whatever the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance says it is. The bill adds that
that's the name, by the way, the name I was stumbling with.
Examples of anti-Semitism provided by the same group shall henceforth also be a part of the legal definition of anti-Semitism. But of course, the bill doesn't tell you what those examples are either. Now, when we talked about this yesterday, I didn't know what the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance was. All that any of us really need to know, is that it is not a legislative body of the United States government. Whatever it is, it certainly is not an organization that should have any ability to dictate legislation or define the terms in our laws. But the truth is even worse than it first appears. The IHRA is not just some random activist group. It is, as the I for international suggests, an international and intergovernmental organization founded by the Prime Minister of Sweden in 1998. It's comprised of international partners, quote unquote, like the UN and the EU, and then also 35 member countries, including the United States, the UK, and of course, Israel. Now, what this means is that our legislation is being farmed out specifically to foreign powers. Should this bill become law, it will mean that a group of foreign governments have had a say in developing speech restrictions that govern American citizens. Now, that
I mean, where are all the people screaming about China doing this, right? Where are all the Bannons of the world that are like China, 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 or the ones that are only focused on Russia or anywhere for that matter? How are they not recognizing this very same problem? It's okay when Israel does it. It's okay when anybody else does it, but the people we want you to think are problematic or that are, then we only focus there. It's just crazy that people, and the average person must be able to recognize this contradiction or this willful ignorance around everything but where they want you to look. I think people are seeing it right now.
That is more than enough reason to oppose the bill absolutely and unequivocally.
Yep.
I would want to take this legislation and shoot it into the sun based solely on the fact that it gives foreign governments any power at all over our own people.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty easy thing to understand. Very well said. Now, on that note, it's important. This is an interesting overlap to this conversation, right? We're talking about the influence of your speech, of your policy by an outside entity, whether that's Britain, France, or Israel. It shouldn't really matter. It's a foreign country influencing your policy. Now, what's interesting about this is you can very clearly show that in any essence of any context of that, if let's just say you've got French Americans that live in this country that are actively working for the interests of the French government at the expense of the United States, doesn't that matter? Is that racist somehow? No, not at all. In fact, it's a crime, and you should be able to pull it out. For some weird, abstract manipulation of the words, as we all know what that means, the point is that it's become anti-Semitic to point out that the state of Israel is doing that. Why? Because they conflate anything with the state of Israel with anybody, with just Jewish people at large, despite the fact that a large and growing number of Jews do not support Israel today. That's becoming the most important crux. It's the crux of the whole illusion, as I just said the other day. And it's breaking down in front of us. I'm surprised. I mean, Kim Iverson is calling this out. That I'm kind of surprised because this is a pretty contentious thing. But again, credit her because she has been diving down this rabbit hole for this. I mean, since October 7th, I've seen her really continue to break down some of these really, really uncomfortable topics that most people shy away from. So good on her for doing that. But she says this, it's important. It's important to remember that 75 years ago, Israel wasn't even a country. That means they had 0 citizens. Then one day, it was a country and a citizen of other nations who were supposedly loyal to those nations who ran off to Israel and pledged their new allegiance. This immigration into Israel is still happening today, meaning that every single day, citizens of other nations formally pledge their true allegiance to Israel. That's not a racist fact. That's not a contentious fact. It's an easily provable reality. And they'll proudly say it in certain contexts, which again is not meant to feel good. You can do that, but you just can't pretend like you are like the many people of Congress, the one that came dressed like an IDF member, that there's not some kind of a contradiction there. That clear, especially when it comes to things like national security, for crying out loud. Doesn't that matter? Of course, it would matter with any other country. There's a problem there. And the fact that people try to make that about Jewish people is insulting. It's insulting to Jewish people. Of course, they're trying to pretend that we think that, but they're the ones placing that lens over this. Nobody here is talking about Jewish people. We're talking about Zionism. We're talking about Israeli government crimes, or rather just any political entity that is doing this. She says, thus, it is 100% fair to question the loyalty of the many who openly dream of making a aliyah to Israel and or advocate for Israel. This questioning can't be considered anti-Semitic when an entire nation has been literally built before our eyes in less than a lifetime. Not only did many run off and pledge true allegiance to Israel, but they then turned around and demanded their birth country citizens fund and support the creation of their new country. It's appalling, they ask. It's more appalling we do. I agree. She says, my family fled Vietnam, renounced their Vietnamese citizenship, and became Americans. It's completely fair for Vietnam to question my family's loyalty because they clearly are not loyal to Vietnam. They're now Americans. When many of Vietnamese American refugees went back to Vietnam in the 80s and 90s to visit for the first time after the war, many were detained and questioned. She said the creation of Israel 75 years ago was the original sin that needs correction. We should have said, no, we will not create a new nation to send our Jews to, which is what happened. They are our citizens and don't need a new home. The creation of Israel was anti-Semitic to the core. Because of this, it bred anti-Semitism and continues to. Exactly. And this is highlighting the true racist core of the Zionist agenda, hijacking the Jewish ideology, the Jewish religion, which is openly espoused by plenty of Jewish entities I'll show you next. So you have to recognize this is something that needs to be broken down. And it's super contentious. I get that, but only because largely because of the narratives dumped over the top of this. Now, she highlights this, and this is in regard to that same breakdown here. Being in this, this person responded, so that's where it was. This person, of course, does the same thing you expect everywhere else. He says, you certainly know how to whip up anti-Jewish sentiment, even though she's not even talking about the Jewish religion outside of the context of it being a manipulation through Zionism. But she goes, if you were around, he says, in the 1930s and 40s, you could have rivaled Goebbels. Oh my God. It's like pretending that kid being blocked from going in the classroom is somehow he's reminiscent of 1930s Germany. It's so ignorant. And that's insulting right there to people that actually went through that, many of which are openly supporting the protest, Holocaust survivors, which we've shown you endless examples of.
As a Holocaust survivor, my message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it. Don't give up. We are doing exactly the same. And in the long term, we are going to prevail. I'm out from the beginning at that.
How do people call it anti-Semitic when you've got Holocaust survivors and half of them being Jewish? You have to see how insulting that is. And it shows you that the Zionism doesn't care about any of it. They're using all of them like they always have. But he says, for the post of Nazi propaganda minister, and you would probably have gotten the job. My God. And then, of course, the same game, take a look at some of the comments you've generated, like that's her responsibility, or that we're not aware that there's very clear bots on any political side that do this to manipulate the conversation, whether it's Zionist or the United States or Germany or UK or any of them, guys. Not to say that we know for sure, but it's just crazy that that becomes the same old cycle. But Alan chimes in and goes, anti-Zionist sentiment, not anti-Jewish. You are not helping by continuing the malicious conflation of anti-Zionist and anti-Jewish. Anti-Zionism is a protected belief under European charter. Anti-Semitism is racism. And let's not forget that even the United Nations has enshrined the reality that Zionism is a racist ideology. I've covered this many times. And then she goes, being Jewish is a religion. This is what I keep hammering home as well. It's a choice. It's not a race. Most Semitic Jews throughout history have converted to Islam or Christianity and no longer even share a Jewish culture with modern Jews. Calling Jews a race was a trope used by Hitler and now used by Zionists to reach their end goals. Hitler wanted to maintain Germany's Christian character and hated Judaism. Zionists, interestingly enough, want to maintain Israel's Jewish character. There's now discussions in the United States to maintain our, quote, Judeo-Christian character, no such thing, which is just chatter against those who practiced Islam. I mean, and these are contentious things to say only because the lies are so pervasive. It's an easy thing to prove. And again, since it's the good time to play it, in case you haven't seen it, here's a famous British historian who's telling you the reality.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba, that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Now, the point there again, like the first part, is it doesn't matter whether you agree with him, whether you know who he is, whether you understand his background, or whether you realize, I mean, it doesn't matter anything other than the fact that the logic of what he said is undeniable. The nation-state law is obvious. I've shown you many times. Netanyahu himself has spoken up and said, no, it's the nation-state for the Jews alone, where he talks about what the words mean, exclusive. So there's no way to misunderstand what they're openly saying. They just come around with a narrative that spins people around it without understanding it, usually because they're afraid to be called racist. It's a never-ending cycle. Now, here's an interesting overlap. This is from The Hill. This is from yesterday. This politician, Henry Seller, and his wife were indicted on Friday on charges related to allegedly accepting bribes. Interesting timing. Well, just cutting to the chase, it says the indictment filed by the Department of Justice details payments he allegedly accepted from an oil company owned by Azerbaijan government and a Mexican bank. You get where the point is here, guys. It's amazing to me that we're calling out the bribery while we're watching everyone in our Congress getting open funds from Israel and their lobbying groups and watching that directly challenge our own. I mean, it's just hilarious to me that this is what they care about. And by the way, I'm willing to bet you anything, as we can see with the overlap of the Epstein conversation and plenty of other things, that there's far more going on than AIPAC money. Any case, it's funny to me that, and it also, I mean, you could also argue that Azerbaijan in general is a very clear overlap to the Israeli agenda, but it doesn't. Point is about the idea of bribing, which we know is happening. But of course, it only gets highlighted when it's something else. I think that's important. And that, I just read that for you. And then here is the other last few parts of this segment, which I think are important. And this is Majid Nawaz points this out. He says, caution. And I agree with this, guys. I think this is already happening. He says, we are now entering the stage on this platform, on Twitter and elsewhere, where you will be openly encouraged by your favorite influencer, in quotes, read propaganda operative, to cross over from criticizing war criminal Netanyahu and his Likudnik Zionist ethnic cleansing to simply using the catch-all word Jews. And I know this is going to happen, and I've already seen it. I mean, many of us have watched this happen for a long time. Remember that group that's, name the Jew and all this stuff in your chat? They were trying to force you doing that a long time ago because that then became the justification to censor and highlight the fact that true criticism of Israel's government has to be racist. Now it's happening very clearly, like more than I've ever seen. And we're seeing people try to shift that conversation that way. When the reality is you need to understand that there is a difference, even though there's obviously an overlap. It's obvious to me that there's far more going on. Even if our conversation with Adam Green, which I highly recommend you check out, I'll grab really quickly, goes to the history, which also highlights the same thing. Now, it's a nuance about the origin point. But nonetheless, we agree, of course, this one pops up first, we agree that we're talking about a manipulation. And he also browns it out into just any kind of or Abrahamic religion conversation, which I recommend you check this out. It's fascinating. But what we're watching today are the people out there that are trying to sort of kind of allow this conversation. And it's the case too with lack of censorship in certain areas, or censorship where that are in areas where they're showing the nuance, kind of channeling, which by the way is genuinely what I thought Twitter has become, this very clear social engineering tool, more so than ever before, where they're channeling people specifically tailored into certain directions, like the actual radicalization conversation. But he goes, this will include seemingly new and revelatory criticism, which it's not, because most of the stuff's already been called out about Zionist manipulation of Jews, but it says their behavior throughout all of history. And again, this goes back to things long before Zionism. He says the shift will be widespread, viral, and deliberately encouraged by Likudniks and cabal globalists. This is the point about why Zionists need Jews to feel unsafe, why they need them to feel like they're being attacked, because that justifies their presence. And a lot of Jews today are standing up and recognizing that the reason that they are unsafe is because of Zionism, if they are in general. And that's the point, is that you can show in most countries around the world, there's no issue at all. The most dangerous place in the world for Jews is Israel. That's an easy fact to prove with basic statistics and metrics. But they only claim it's because we're under attack because everybody hates Jews. But that's not the case anywhere else. It's obviously a manipulation. And I think this is a problem because people call that themselves, things that you can prove are easily called anti-Semitic, which is so frustrating. But it says it's a trap. Its purpose is to sufficiently scare the public and our Jewish cousins, especially, by pointing to what will be very real rising anti-Semitism, disguised as anti-Zionism. Now, again, you could debate the term Semitic, and whether that applies to many people in Israel, but the point is the same, the common usage of the word, common vernacular, using it as a saying it's a criticism of a Jew, even though Palestinians are Semitic. Just acknowledging that manipulation. The point is that he's saying very real racism aimed at Jewish people, disguised as anti-Zionism, which is what they're trying to pretend that I'm doing. So this is really interesting. It says, so that the public is nudged into supporting ever more legal restrictions on speech. What we're talking about. Until criticism of Israeli war crimes is deemed anti-Semitic and hate speech, which is what just happened. Or, at least the House passed it. Very real patsies pushing very real anti-Semitism will be used to try and bring this about. Don't be patsies. I love this. And he says Exhibit A, and he goes through a lot of exhibits. This one, Musk is letting Fuentes back on the platform. Now, again, from a free speech perspective, I think that's what you should be doing. I don't think anybody should be censored. But it's an interesting dynamic to remove him and then let him back on at a certain time when, I'll agree. There's plenty of things he says that I disagree with aggressively, usually around these topics of conflation. As he says, in principle, no objective to being treated the same as everybody else. Never the case anywhere ago. Our severe, multi-year, and ongoing pre-COVID shadow ban here and on all platforms. The timing with Musk and Fuentes is the issue, though. Now, the idea, he says, is to showcase the kind of anti-Semitism that justifies why Congress has been asked to legislate to ban all your speech. I mean, guys, how do you not recognize that logic? Like, why in the world would we be doing it now? Let's not forget that Yacarino is absolutely somebody openly calling out anti-Semitism, openly calling out hate speech, openly working alongside the WHO and the World Economic Forum and everything else. Here's another one. Scottish hate speech laws, a case study. I mean, actually, in the interest of time in general, I'm going to go, you guys can go through the rest of these. He's got some good examples. Follow his work in general. I think he's doing good work. But here's what Franklin said in regard to that tweet. Zionists conflate Judaism with Zionism and Israel. Anti-Semites do the same. That's what I'm saying. That's why when I say Zionism is anti-Semitism, that's the crux of that point. Is that the idea is that you have Zionists who are trying to manufacture that. In fact, trying to push you to do that. He says, with the inflammatory anti-Semitism bill, the neolibs, neocon, uniparty have laid the dialectic trap. It's a good way to put it. Your righteous concern will be diverted from Zionism, neocons to Jews. You'll be labeled and silenced. If you fall for the trap, quite frankly, I think everybody here is likely too smart to fall for that trap. I think in general, most people that are following along with what we're talking about are very aware of the importance of how you speak and what words you say and how you can be manipulated. But I guarantee somebody will fall for it. In fact, somebody may be convinced that that's the truth. Jonathan Cook writes, and this is the larger point about why they need to do this. Israel needs anti-Semitism. And armed with a ludicrous IHRA redefinition, that's the one we just talked about, adopted by Western allies that classifies as Jew hatred any opposition to its crimes, which is just ludicrous, as if Israel's never capable of committing a crime. I mean, that's exactly what Netanyahu said in regard to the accusations of genocide by the ICC, saying, we're in the dock, how dare they? Look at the Holocaust, how can you do that? It's like, are you serious? So you're not capable of committing these crimes because your ancestors were, I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but people fall for it. He says any rejection of its bogus claims of self-defense 7 months later, as it crushes resistance to its occupation and its oppression of Palestinians, Israel has every incentive to commit more crimes. Even every atrocity produces more outrage, more resentment, more, quote, anti-Semitism. That they'll frame that way anyway, but this is the point. Some people will end up resenting the entire state, and the more that they keep saying that exact reasoning, that this is the state of the Jews alone, and that's all it is, and if you talk about Israel, you're hating the Jews, it creates that impression for people where there's resentment towards that, even though that's not the reality, even though there's Jews around the world that are calling this out. And says, and the more resentment, the more outrage, the more anti-Semitism, in quotes, the more Israel and its supporters can present the self-declared Jewish state as a sanctuary from that completely manufactured anti-Semitism. And in no way am I suggesting there's not racism in the world. It's obvious. But this is manufactured. In this way of thinking, Israel is no longer a state, a political actor capable of committing crimes and slaughtering children, but an article of faith. And that's the point, guys. As they're screaming about how Iran and theocratic country that, here we are. They just hide this in a different way, just like the US government pretends to be something they're not and just presents it the way they want. He says it is transformed into a belief system, all of Israel, one immune to criticism or scrutiny. It transcends politics to become a sacred cause. And this is something I'm sure Adam would talk about. Like, this is where this is going. And any opposition must be damned as wicked, as blasphemy, which is precisely the state to which Western support for Israel has devolved. And we know that. Like, completely, blindly supporting a foreign entity at the expense of your interests. In fact, screaming that to your face in the halls of Congress. It's wild. The battle against anti-Semitism, in quotes, or rather the battle being waged by Israel and its partisans, is to turn the meaning of words and the values they represent on their head. It is a fight to crush solidarity with the Palestinian people and leave them friendless and naked before Israel's campaign of genocide. It is a moral duty to defeat these anti-Semitism warriors and assert our shared humanity, and the right of all to live in peace and dignity before Israel and its apologists pave the way to an even greater slaughter. From my latest article, he writes, How the Fight Against Anti-Semitism Became a Shield for Israel's Genocide. You can read it right there. Now, here's an interesting overlap Anomaly points out. This is a video of a Fox News video where they're showing the people that were holding up that flag. I haven't actually covered that, but essentially it's people that took it down, and I forget if it was trying to raise the Palestinian one or what it was, and of course, they outraged, and they held it up off the ground. Now, I mean, look, I'm the first person that will show reverence for the concept of the flag at a time when this country was created. And I still understand it in that way. But the way that this flag and all the symbols that your current authoritarian, oppressive government is using it for are not what we pretend we believe. And so it's a mixed bag for me, realizing that they're using this flag to represent what they claim are freedom while they're murdering, raping, and pillaging and occupying countries and stealing resources. And that flag, to most of those countries, represents those things. And most of those countries recognize that doesn't mean us, not by and large. And that's interesting because they openly say that. Iran and any of them. We're talking about the government, not you. A distinction that it takes intelligence to understand. The meaning that they see the bigger picture. But my point in saying all that is to recognize that whether or not you disagree with what might have happened there, this is an interesting dynamic because what this person talks about when brought on Fox is that they're there first and foremost, as he says, quote, for our country of Israel. Okay. So you can be okay with that, but this is an American who's there and acting in the interest of Israel. First and foremost, he says. Now, sure, that can be okay for you, but we're talking about the dual citizen conversation, especially when it comes to Congress and positions that have access to national security. And this is the mindset we're discussing. Doesn't that seem relevant as Kim Iverson made a very clear statement about? Yeah. And as Anomaly says, Israel first, right on brand with Fox News, the GOP and everyone who pushes this stuff. Let's play the video first.
Joining us now, one of those fraternity brothers, UNC student, is Isaac Mallah. Isaac, what motivated you to defend the flag?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And I'll say, when we talk about motivation for the flag, the primary reason I was on that quad, right, before this ever even began to become an American issue, I was on there because I'm Jewish and I'm Orthodox, and a lot of members that were holding up that flag were. And so we were there really just kind of holding up our Israeli flags and trying to stop hate, and there's been a lot of anti-Semitism around the country. So we were there first and foremost for...
while they're standing alongside half that protest, which are Jewish people, which we'll just ignore and we won't mention, right?
Our country of Israel.
Oh, sorry.
Isaac, what is Isaac Mallah? Isaac, what motivated you to defend the flag?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And I'll say, when we talk about motivation for the flag, the primary reason I was on that quad, right, before this ever even began to become an American issue, I was on there because I'm Jewish and I'm Orthodox, and a lot of members that were holding up that flag were. And so we were there really just kind of holding up our Israeli flags and trying to stop hate, and there's been a lot of anti-Semitism around the country. So we were there first and foremost for our country of Israel.
First and foremost for our country of Israel. You have every right to say that. But we have every right to acknowledge that that means that you have split loyalty. That's not a racist thing to say. It doesn't matter what country you're from. Apparently, it's only racist when it has to do with Israel because of the conflation of Judaism. That's why. It's a lie. It's a manipulation. But as he writes, I don't know why this is not a valid point, and we know that it is. He writes, you're being duped. These military-aged men aren't enlisted in Israel to fight in Gaza. Wonder how many of the, quote, frat boys will enlist in the U.S. military when it comes to the time to die in the Middle East. As he writes down here, but remember, suggesting that having dual loyalty, despite the fact that they admitted to prioritizing, quote, our country of Israel, is anti-Semitism, according to Ben Shapiro in the U.S. State Department. Here's Ben Shapiro in 2019. American Jews, whether ethnic or religious, are loyal to America, not Israel. Like, you know, somehow? Like, think of that. See, this is the kind of dishonest statements we're getting from him today. So to say that is to suggest that you somehow know what every Jew in this country thinks and feels. Of course, you can make an argument that most of them don't, and that's insulting to say without knowing, but it's also equally insulting and asininely ridiculous for you to pretend that you know they don't. Isn't it possible that a single one of them feels more loyalty to Israel? Of course that's the case. But for him to come out and say it so aggressively is because he's lying for other interests. I don't know how else you understand that. He can't possibly know what every Jew in the country thinks. So that's stupid and on its core. He's doing it because it's the narrative you're trying to hide. And here's the State Department. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal, Jewish citizens, which I guess you're arguing Jewish citizens of any country anywhere. That's what that would mean. Or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide, which is a totally different conversation than the interest of their own nations, which is not racist, because isn't that what Israel is openly saying on every single chance they get, which is that we're acting in the interest of Jews around the world. But then when you highlight that it becomes racist. It doesn't make any sense. It's like everything else that happens. You're talking about the conversation that Israel is professing, like this country is this state for the Jews alone, and that Arabs don't have equal rights, as Netanyahu said on a public station. And if you say he said that, you're racist. That's how asinine this whole thing is. But I think it's quite obvious there's a problem here, at the very least because we're apparently not allowed to talk about this. Here is a UCLA student. And I'll let her word speak for herself. She's speaking for the ADL here, talking about the horribly dangerous and anti-Semitic protests that were full of Jews and Holocaust survivors.
The past several days have been very difficult for Jewish students. And specifically, when the encampment went up, Jewish students were incredibly intimidated.
Other than the half of them that were Jewish. Just make sure we don't miss that.
One, for the encampment's rhetoric, but two, also because
the rhetoric that is being assumed to mean what they want you to mean, even though the rhetoric is free Palestine, river to the sea. But it's racist and dangerous, being stated by Jews as well.
Because the encampment completely violated UCLA's guidelines. And we know that these are the same students that unfortunately built the 7-foot large pig right outside of the Regents meeting. This pig was incredibly anti-Semitic.
Okay, so how do you explain this? First of all, why is a pig anti-Semitic? I'm pretty sure they're criticizing Zionism, which is what they're openly doing. But explain for me how half of them being Jewish. Again, I'm going to get to Robert's article soon. We're going to read some important parts of this. Realizing that the actual information, the provable reality is that the vast majority of these are Jewish because they're being funded predominantly by groups like Jewish Voice for Peace. And forget the other name. I'll read to you in a second. These are predominantly, they're trying to overlap with the Soros funding, which ties back to something from 2019 and was a fraction of what they're even doing today, which certainly shouldn't be ignored. But it's a pretty clumsy and lazy argument to be the whole thing should be disregarded because of something from years ago that is a fraction of what's actually being done right now. Nonetheless, I think it's very clear that this person is just saying what they mean. Look, she may very well feel these things. But if she does, because it's self-evident and objectively true that it's not happening, the way she is saying it is that either she's lying or she believes what she's been told, which both exist. Like there are genuinely people in these colleges that are terrified because they've listened to the media. They go, oh my God, if I go outside, they're going to kill me. And then they're scared. They don't go to class. And that becomes, Jews are afraid to go to class, and it becomes promoted in the media, even though it's all based on a lie. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Look, they covered the monument. Well, because they do in any protest, by the way, but also because you may be claiming it's going to happen, so they cover just in case. Then it becomes they cover the monument because they're racist. Or it's because you said things that aren't true. But let's just lean into your narratives, right?
And it hurt a lot of Jewish students on campus, and it made us feel incredibly uneasy. Aside from the violation of guidelines, what is...
And by the way, I will point that out. I just think it's an interesting word for the time. God forbid that she felt uneasy. Oh my God, I feel so bad for her. Uneasy is probably I mean, this is probably what children in Gaza are dreaming for, an uneasy day. Dreaming for a day where the worst they felt was slightly uneasy about something that you're misunderstanding or lying about. Uneasy. Just let that sit with you for a minute when you're watching children get burned to death by white phosphorus. But, she felt uneasy. So let's focus over here.
Also very difficult is the rhetoric that unfortunately is protected by free speech and this dangerous rhetoric that is spewed in the encampment.
Unfortunately, we've been seeing that be chipped at for a long time now. Whitney and I talked a while back about I forget her, Newman, I think was her name, where she was saying that, we see another 9/11 building and we don't know how to stop it. By the way, she was talking about you Republicans, you MAGA terrorists out there, because you're all terrorists, right? Because you wear a red hat. Same thing is happening to protesters that are fighting for Palestine right now. But the point is that she was saying that you're a threat because you're saying things that are racist and bad, but, in ways that aren't breaking the law. So we have to change that. That has been pushed for a long time now by your own politicians that many of you support, who are currently passing a bill that does the same thing, pointed at Israel. Right? But because you can't recognize that contradiction, you're supporting it. Hopefully not all of you. But unfortunately, it's protected by free speech. What kind of American says that? That is that clearly implies that they think it should be changed. And you can't change an inherent right. But they're sure as hell going to pretend they can.
Calls for the death of all Zionists.
Now, look, if you have somebody on video, which I haven't seen, saying death to all Zionists, it wouldn't surprise me. It's not the same as saying kill all the Jews, is what they're trying to pretend here. But nonetheless, I still haven't seen that. I've seen far more of these people that are, even if they think that, they're smart enough to realize that by saying it out loud, it's going to be used against them. But by and large, it wouldn't surprise me. Because I think it's pretty clear right now that most of the world recognizes the true, dark, and terrifying reality of both Zionism's creation and what it's currently doing to the world and Jews at large. And so they're literally going, kill them all, get rid of them. Again, if that's even true, though, because most of what I see is to highlight their crimes, an end to Zionism, which maybe that's what they're doing. They said an end to Zionism, which therefore means kill all of them, because how else would that be translated? That's what keeps happening, right? It's calling for a free Palestine. It means kill Jews because that means there's no Israel, which means there's no Jew. It's a dumb jump of logic. First of all, there's Jews in a lot of other places but Israel, but the claim that that's the only place, so if you end Palestine or end Israel, that means there's no Jews there anymore, which means kill all the Jews. Takes a lot of effort to not make that sound dumb, right? But people are terrified. You can't be called racist today, especially if you're in the mainstream circles.
And something that I do think is really incredibly important to mention is that anti-Zionism is most definitely anti-Semitism.
Nope, not even remotely. Not by definition, not by any actual law other than this new bill they're trying to push. The reality is it is a very clear different. It is a 150-year-old concept, political organization, compared to a thousands-year-old religion. Just because she says next, they try to conflate this with the creation of a state for the Jews. There were already states where Jews lived, and this is not, and as Kim Iverson already pointed out, the reality of this has been so convoluted and so manipulated and lied about over the years that it's the core of it, it's not even true. It was anti-Semitic at its core to begin with. And also, this is where we chime in with the other clip, right? The other reality that the actual origin of this, in regard to the building of the state of Israel, the Zionist state of Israel, was overlapped with the attacking of Jews by Zionists.
Jews have lived in Iraq since the 6th century BC, 2.5 millennia ago, since the time of the Babylonian exile. But the creation of the state of Israel, for the first time, gave a territorial dimension to Zionism, which it didn't have before. Iraqi Jews, whether they liked it or not, were identified with the Zionist movement, and the great majority were non-Zionist. Iraq Was there?
Oh, this is actually the wrong one. But what he's talking about here is the fact that they were conflated with it, which then created sentiments against them, which is exactly, whether that's when they realized how that would work or that was always the plan, that's exactly how it's used. But just for the interest of time, I'm pretty sure that was the one. Hold on. Oh, it is this one. Okay, here.
Iraqi Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Binet, who was based in Tehran.
All right. So just in case you missed the crux of the point, it is that Zionists bombed Jews in Iraq to manipulate them into going to Israel when they didn't want to. Created hatred that was fomented around Zionism but aimed at Judaism and created the justification. Now, let's not forget this as well. I covered this in February of this year. This is a verified CIA document highlighting, which I don't have to really show you, but I will again, just since we just showed you this. But the CIA document highlighting the fact that CIA on their own records highlighted that Zionists were willing to sacrifice Jews in Arab countries to get what they wanted, or the fact that they aligned themselves with Nazi Germany well after the final solution, which is a public, you could look it up on Wikipedia. How does this stuff get ignored? Right here, this is the CIA document on their own website. The Jewish agency is apparently willing to sacrifice Jews residing in Arab countries for the cause of the Jewish people. Simple. Now, it doesn't matter whether you think that's the true intention or not. You're going to sacrifice the very people you're claiming. That means you wanted what you wanted at the expense of anything else. Oh, yeah. Let me finish your clip. Or maybe not. Did I delete that? That's weird. Did we finish it? Oh, yeah. Let me do that real quick.
Past calls for this dangerous rhetoric that is protected by free speech and the death of all Zionists. From the violation of guidelines, what is also on campus, and it made us feel incredible, is the rhetoric that encampment calls for the death of all Zionists. Really important to mention is that anti-Zionism is most definitely anti-Semitism. Zionism is the right for the Jewish people to self-determinate in their homeland, in the land of Israel.
Not true.
When you agree to the self-determination of one people,
Here it
but
is.
you completely deny the self-determination of another people, you are imposing a double standard.
Oh, are you? It's amazing how we can't recognize the double standard right there. Okay, so it's hypocrisy to recognize the self-determination of one group of people and ignore the other. Where else is that happening right now? Now, I'm pretty sure that Jews have self-determination all around the world. Just because you pretend this only one location is what matters does not change that reality. Now, Palestinians, on the other hand, are completely and utterly suppressed by the Israeli government. Now, there are Palestinians that exist around the world, but the idea that this 75-year project is suddenly the only thing that matters versus the real history of Palestine, the bottom line is you can't stand there and look people in the face and act like it's only okay to recognize the Israeli self-determination, or rather specifically the self-determination of people that practice the religion of Judaism, which doesn't even make sense. We're talking about the state of Israel versus the state of Palestine, and the reality that we're not allowing Palestinians to have any self-determination. Do you think she knows that? Do you think she cares? Now, I, on the other hand, and most people in the Palestinian conversation can openly acknowledge the right of Israelis and anybody else that lives in that country to have self-determination, which is why they're fighting for a two-state solution in most cases. That does not mean the end of Israel if you're clearly fighting for their own state too. It's just so disgusting how people misrepresent this. And most of them know what they're doing, which makes me so angry. Now here, Michelle Sheenel says Schumer is set to join Johnson in inviting Netanyahu to address Congress. Of course, because that's what they do, right? They invite the Israeli president to address Congress, Tuesday? This has happened so many times. And once in the past where it wasn't even notified, like the executive branch, or I think it was it the executive branch or was it the speaker? I forget. Somebody involved with it didn't even know he was coming. And he just comes out and addresses Congress. How often does that happen for other countries? When's the last time you saw any other prime minister or president coming and addressing Congress? It's a strange thing. He told The Hill that Schumer has drafted invite, but Schumer ignored it. But now Schumer says he will sign. You know, the fake pushback Schumer acting like he's suddenly calling them out. This is just crazy. And this is while they're committing a genocide. The most obvious criminal entity on the planet right now, openly murdering children. As I'm reading this, I'm going to invite him to come address Congress. Just utterly disgusting. Now, here are a couple examples of Jews telling you what they think. Now, Torah Judaism is the one that I've shown many times, a large group, just acknowledging the static and objective and verifiable historic reality if you listen to any academic that's not blindly pro-Zionist. Judaism, and that's interesting to highlight, by the way, because you can argue that just because they disagree. But here's what I'm saying. You have people, wherever they're from, who are blindly pro-Zionist, who will lie about this stuff. And then you've got everybody else. And that's not hyperbole. I'm talking about people from all walks of life, all over the world. They're academics, they're historians, they're politicians that will tell you the reality. That Judaism is a 3,500-year-old religion, whereas Zionism is a 150-year-old settler colonial ideology, which is what they themselves said about it, which is easy to look up. And they just lie about it today. Conflating the two is absurd and anti-Semitic itself, says Torah Judaism. The people who do it the most are Zionists and anti-Semites because it is in their interest. That's what most people will argue because it's a provable reality. It's like, this is my point, is the people right now saying that's not true were the ones that were 30 seconds ago pretending Palestine didn't exist, or saying that literally everybody in this country was a terrorist, including the child that was just born, even though they're now weirdly gravitating back to both of those lies. Despite Golda Meir on the record saying that she was a Palestinian. You know, these things are ridiculous. Or here, and then by the way, talking about the appropriation of land, the illegal occupation, because the idea is that they're not an occupying entity. Here's Times of Israel from March 22nd of this year. Israel appropriates 1,976 acres, almost 2,000 acres of land in the Jordan Valley, just declaring it state land. Right? It's illegal. It's illegal in every sense of the word. Here's France 24, Israel's largest land seizure since the Oslo Accords. Every part they're taking was supposed to be part of a deal that they agreed to. They've never abided by. Fresh blows to Palestinian statehood. Like, this is such bad coverage. They've been screaming they're never going to allow that for a really long time. Germany of all people, slams Israel's decision to seize 800 hectares of land in West Bank's Jordan Valley. Here is the United Nations. The UN expert condemns Israel's repeated demolition of Palestinian Bedouin property, which is in the Jordan Valley of the occupied West Bank. It's amazing this continues. One after another, crime after crime, lie after lie. Everybody knows it. And the reason you don't probably know that this UN statement was made in 2021, that still happens to this very day, this is from 2021. This is from this year. So it's never stopped. You know why you probably don't know that? A history of the U.S. blocking UN resolutions against Israel. At least 53 times. Basically, everybody else has been like, they're committing a crime. And the U.S. goes, veto, democracy. It's disgusting. And then we call it racist, right? Because everybody else, is it racist when everybody else sees the crime and you alone say it's right? I mean, it's crazy how obvious this is. This is why finally people are breaking through it, I think. But here's just a meme I thought was interesting. Israel's broken 65 UN resolutions with no consequences. Iraq broke 2, got invaded, bombed, and destroyed. Yep, exactly. Now here is in regard to the occupation point. This person asks, what does this mean and why the map of Jordan has been merged with the map of occupied Palestine, Israel? So there's the map of Jordan, right? Here is Smotrich speaking behind a podium that combines those two things. Isn't that interesting? So that's Israel over there, and this side's Jordan. Almost as if they have plans to seize all of that territory, because you know what? They do. And it's not even secret. It's called the Greater Israel Project, and it's very clear in parts of Syria, Egypt, Jordan, but everyone else is going to march around the world and take everyone's property if you allow it. No, it's the Colonial Settle Project. settler colonial project that is planning to do that. But if Russia doesn't, if they win, they're going to take over the world. No, that's what you're planning to do. It's very clear, and you're making that statement. But certainly could be what Russia wants, but they've never made that statement. No actions they take seem to imply that. Here you are proudly highlighting it. Here's a great clip. Oh, actually, I forgot this one. I think I did. Let me see. Yeah, hold on. Let me download this real quick because I wanted you to play it. So the point is, this is not a new thing. Here is, if you haven't looked it up, by the way, the greater, and we've written about it in the past, the Greater Israel Project is important to understand. It simply shows you what they're really trying to accomplish here at the expense of everybody around them they claim to be trying to work with for everyone's interests, for the freedom of the world, while they're trying to take what they want at everyone else's expense. The Zionist government is what we're talking about. Right. So the Israeli government, when called out for it, just said, we stand by our deal with Jordan, even though their open plan is they're going to take that. And Jordan called it out. It's always about lying. I mean, their entire Zionist foundation proves they can lie and get away with it and commit terrorist acts and get praised for it, as long as they influence the foreign entities enough to back them up, the powerful ones, like the U.S. government. Now, in regard to the protests themselves, here is an example, a couple of them, even though I've shown you countless examples of the protests and having, in this case, a Jewish American student who was arrested by police, even though you're not going to hear that on Fox or CNN, because he was there at the protest, standing with he said clearly, as police cleared the Gaza Solidarity Camp at UCLA. And he has condemned the treatment of protesters, saying the university would, quote, rather hurt students than consider divestment from Israel.
I'm a student here. I'm an English major. Please, don't fail us. Don't fail us.
I was on the front lines. I was, cops hit me with their batons and they grabbed me. I did not resist arrest. The school rather physically intimidate their students, eventually hurt their students, rather than even consider divestment. And that is what's so frustrating. We didn't do anything wrong. I received a citation for unlawful assembly, and I'm proud of that.
Even though he wasn't
after
unlawful.
Attack by Zionists and Proud Boy white nationalists.
Think about how interesting that is. He says he was attacked by Zionists and Proud Boy white nationalists, which who knows if that's just his perception of random people. That my point, though, is that you can clearly see this interesting overlap, right? But those were the same people who were being called racist and white supremacists and Nazis during January 6th or the trucker convoy. I just can't wrap my mind around how they can't put that together.
Boy, white nationalists. We had 25 hospitalizations because our people had their heads split open by paddlets and wooden and stumps that were thrown at us.
By Israeli protesters.
Not a single person who perpetrated these attacks was arrested. Not a single one. I, myself, my mother's Jewish. I grew up Jewish. My granduncle is a huge Zionist. Hi, Stephen, if you see this. It's emboldened me to take media. And I mean, what we've achieved is that people I never thought would be at the encampment, like people who didn't seem politically active, were there after they saw us get attacked, and there was no accountability for it.
And I was thinking, this is the point where somebody may see what's going on and simply recognize that they're being oppressed themselves and go to join it. And then you get some Zionist media that goes up and says, "What are you here? What about October 7th? What do you know about their history?" And they're like, I don't know, like I'm here to support them. And that gets framed as here's what all of them don't know. They don't understand their history. I mean, my point was whether or not they do, I'm pretty sure that the average person can clearly understand when they're recognizing a crime or genocide. We're watching children get murdered. That's enough for me to support what's going on. Like that's where they may be. Now, look, I'll be the first to say, of course they should understand the dynamic of what they're there for. But these are kids. Most of them are 18, 19, 20. They're for college. They don't, the bottom line is to dishonestly pretend that everybody is one thing because this one person said this or this group said that is just, we always used to frame that as ignorance. And we still do if it's on the wrong side or the right side. It's just so gross. That's the two-party illusion.
We will be back. We will be disrupting. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to fight for Gaza. And we're going to continue to fight for the people of Palestine.
Now, again, it's just amazing to me that, like, if you suddenly realize that guy's some kind of a, lefty who took 14 vaccines, that you suddenly just ignore what he's saying. It's crazy to me. I'll be the first one to criticize all those things, as you damn know. But it's also really silly. It's the same thing during COVID-19. I don't care if it was a doctor who had 14 shots who suddenly said, whoa, this is a problem. Why wouldn't we listen and consider what he's saying? Balance it with what he's already said. I'm just trying to highlight the same old point that there's very clear partisan Republicans who are aggressively tied to the two-party illusion and the status quo, who are trickling down this nonsense to convince everybody that it's just a bunch of woke Soros-funded mania and ignore it all because it's so infuriating that we can see people who would otherwise recognize it kind of get swayed by their political standing. That's how that works. Here is another example. This is Jewish Dartmouth professor, Annalise Orlick. She says, I feel unsafe on campus. Not because of my students and their Palestinian protests, but because of the police who body slammed her on the ground, arrested her for protecting those kids. Now she calls out the governor of New Hampshire for spreading misinformation about the protests, which is pretty damn easy to prove.
That's right, and campus is a lot more calm now, but she said the green was unrecognizable last night. She also wanted to address Governor Sununu saying all these protests are anti-Semitic, saying she's Jewish and she only felt unsafe when police intervened.
I was mad because they had taken my phone, and I was mad because they just body slammed me, and it hurt. And so I went, I was like, give me back my phone, that I'm trying to get my phone back. I did, and at that moment, 3 police lifted me up in the air, slammed me down onto the ground. I mean, threw me down onto the ground on my bad shoulder. They said I was resisting arrest.
Video captured by News 9 shows the moment Dartmouth College professor Annalise Orlick was arrested by police during last night's protest. The 65-year-old says she was among a handful of professors who showed up to support students at what she says was a peaceful protest until law enforcement arrived in riot gear.
It's really shameful in a sleepy little campus, in a rural area like Dartmouth, that they brought in this ridiculous show of arms and strength and violence.
Orlick, who's been a professor at Dartmouth for more than 3 decades, says part of her bail condition is being banned from Dartmouth's campus. She says her emails to the institution have gone unanswered.
I've been employed here for 34 years, long before the current senior administration came here. And, I am told I'm not welcome on that property. My message is stop weaponizing anti-Semitism, talk to your students, talk to your staff, don't assault 65-year-old women in the name of keeping the campus safe.
It's interesting is, before all of this, most of the same people that are calling them out for being woke mindset maniacs were the same people that would have called out the fact that anti-Semitism was weaponized against them. The right-wing MAGA supporters were all called anti-Semitic. They were all called Nazis and white supremacists, right? So, and a lot of them now have shifted over to calling for the fact that she is calling out the same thing. You're weaponizing anti-Semitism, yet they can't see past that political blindness. Here's what she said in her report on this, that she was banned from the campus for 6 months. Oh, this is the wrong one. There was another one, I think. Where was it? Here? Oh, I guess I didn't include it. But point is that some of these people have been pretty beat up by this, broken wrists and so on, when they're not doing anything illegal. Or just because you've seen a video of a window being broken, which Robert will discuss, doesn't mean that every single person there is breaking the law, or every person there suddenly get their First Amendment rights ignored. But this is in regard to this absurd video from Dana Bash, where she compares this clip right here of this kid acting like a victim when he could literally walk around these people just going, I want to go right through where you're standing. And if you don't, then you're racist and you scare me. It's like, it's so ridiculous that this is what you have to manufacture while you're telling us it's this overwhelming dark cloud of racism and we're all scared. It's crazy to me. And she compares that to Nazi Germany and goes, I don't say that lightly. How insulting is that? And Professor Zenkus here says, ignoring the fact that there are many Jewish students, realizing in some cases more than half. This is what, Robert, I'm going to go to this article next. The point is they're being funded by mostly Jewish groups in most of these protests. But it says ignoring the fact that these are many Jewish students among the protesters is disingenuous, which she just skips right over. Columbia banned the students' Jewish Voice for Peace in campus months ago for protesting. You seem to have an agenda, and it is clearly not unbiased reporting of what has been going on. That's exactly true. Now, we just talked about this on the 29th of April. The way I frame this, I truly believe. Doesn't mean there's not manipulated funding, which again, I think is always happening on every side of every dynamic because there's people that just want to take advantage of momentum. That's always there. But I believe this is something important. As I titled it, People versus Empire, Worldwide Revolution Against Tyranny, Oppression, and Zionism Framed as Anti-Semitism. I believe that. And now, as I was telling you, pro-Palestinian campus protests are going global. So I'm not sure how you can keep trying to force this into some woke left mindset, which I'm not going to pretend like that's not something that's gone around the world, but to just continue to frame this as some kind of left, right, like lefty, it's not what's happening around the world. It's not even what's happening at these protests. If you actually take a step back and look at it, you're going to find Republicans, Democrats, you're going to find Muslims, Christians, Jews, everything. And I've gone over this already. And now we're seeing it go around the world. Britain, France, Australia, Japan, they're all now having sit-in peaceful protests in their campuses in support of not just Palestine, Gaza, but the protests in the United States. Now, Robert just wrote this article, and this is very important. So I'm going to make sure we go through this. Pro-Palestine student protests prove who truly stands for free speech. He wrote, on April 17th, students set up an encampment in the communal area of Columbia University and put forth their demands that their academic institution divest from companies that have ties to Israel. Seems pretty simple, which they call racist, despite the fact that we're talking about a government and its investment in companies, but, you know, racism. These students specifically cited the ongoing genocide in Gaza as their reasoning behind their actions. Interestingly, back in March, which I didn't even know about until I read this, students at the UK University College London, the UCL, set up a similar demonstration to those we see across the U.S. today. They announced that they would occupy spaces within the university and stated that, quote, UCL has extensive collaborations with arms companies supplying the Israeli occupation. Why is that even possible for a college? It makes no sense, but this is what we're seeing. It goes on to say, there will be no class as usual in a complicit university. Now, you could take issue with them upholding other people's classes or blocking traffic or any number of things. I disagree with that style, but this is something that they're doing to draw action, draw attention. Again, I disagree with that. I will criticize the fact that you're not just hurting the college, you're hurting individuals that have maybe don't want to take part in this, and it should not be forced upon them. But nonetheless, I completely understand why it's happening. This demonstration, they say, he writes, lasted for around a month in the UK. Yet there was no major media or government fixation on it, and the police did not behave as they did in this case of Columbia University. Due to the lack of manufactured outrage, which we see today in the United States, almost nobody even knew that there was a protest of this nature happening in London. This indicates that the overreaction of the university administration at Columbia, the NYPD, the U.S. government, the mainstream media, and even Israel's prime minister was likely what contributed to the movement in the U.S. expanding. So people, it's interesting. It's a double-edged sword here, because really their overreaction is what's created this sentiment of anti-Semitism when they didn't even care about the one in the UK, but it's also why this has grown. And it's the same thing I've said about what's going on in Gaza, that it's Israel's belligerent action following October 7th that shot themselves in both feet. If they would have gone to the UN and went through the channels, they would have never had to ask for support ever again. This would have destroyed the entire Palestinian momentum. It would have been gone. But they instead went right to full genocide, and they've woken up the world. That's what I believe. It says the student protests are evidently now nationwide in the U.S. and even have gone international and represent the largest university anti-war protest movement across university campuses since the Vietnam War. I don't know how that doesn't inspire people. as was the case during the anti-Vietnam War demonstrations. The students are being smeared by the media and cracked down upon by the authorities. So far, state troopers, local police units, riot police, SWAT, anti-terrorism police units have been called in by the universities across the U.S. to crack down on thousands of peaceful demonstrators, while the threat of the National Guard being deployed in college campuses looms large. The corporate media have lost their collective minds, as both CNN and Fox News unite in labeling the university protesters as supporters of terrorism and anti-Semites. Now, it should be obvious to you by now that when you recognize CNN and Fox News on the same page on something, usually that means there's something going on. This is the divide tactic, and all of a sudden they're like, we support the war, all of us, or we all fight, we're all siding with Israel. That shows you something bigger, in my opinion. On MSNBC's flagship show, Morning Joe, Mika Brzezinski, the daughter of Brzezinski Brzezinski, part of the whole origin, the 70s, the kind of one of the founding fathers of the entire Middle East war on terror and the balkanization of the Middle East and what they've done there. Make sure you remember that. Went on a rant in which she exclaimed, they need to watch the news about the protest that her show has been calling pro-Hamas demonstrators and claiming that they are violent. Meanwhile, Dana Bash did an unhinged segment on CNN in which she attempted to draw parallels between the student protesters and the virulent anti-Semitism of the 1930s, which is ridiculous. I just basically covered that. And I'm just going to skip that probably because I just talked about it. Oh, well, it goes on to say that, I'll just read it. She says, in case of Bash, she also is the same woman who months ago conjured up the response to the fact that 15,000 Palestinian civilians had been murdered. When pressed on the issue by Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, she says, quote, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping Palestinian women, which is an obvious lie. But he says not only is her response a demonstration of her double standard on Israeli versus Palestinian civilian deaths, but it's also false. There are countless allegations of Israeli soldiers raping Palestinian women before and after October 7th. 2 rape cases were even reported by the United Nations back in February of this year. Additionally, the CNN news segment, which tried to compare the student protesters to anti-Semitism in 1930s Europe, is quite literally a copy and paste talking point, surprise, surprise, from Netanyahu's speech that he delivered addressing the student protests. So it shouldn't surprise anybody that you've got U.S. media parroting direct talking points with nothing to base it on directly from Netanyahu's speech as he's the one driving this, or rather the government of Israel. Now, under regard to who is racist, who's anti-American, and so on, this is important, and this goes to the picture we talked about here. And I want to make sure you saw all these images and tweets that we included. While the only provable cases of violence that the mainstream media can point to on the part of the pro-Palestinian protesters is the breaking of windows at Columbia University's Hamilton Hall, of which students locked themselves inside and renamed Hind Hall. Yet the violence of the NYPD that was called in disbursement. Oh, actually, I would change this typo. But the violence, while the only provable cases were that, the violence of the NYPD that was called in to disperse them, which led to cops throwing students down flights of stairs, was evidently more violent. And that they've later been, like the chief police, the LAPD police chief says here, I'm thankful there were no serious injuries to officers or protesters. A total of 210 arrests were made. And then they even got fact-checked by Twitter. Here is one of them. This is not a joke. No serious injuries. This guy got shot with a rubber bullet. They're steel bullets covered in rubber. They can be lethal. I mean, I don't even mean barely. Like, there have been journalists that have already called this out. They're like saying, I've experienced these. These things could break your arm. They can kill you if hit in the right spot. This guy got shot in the face. Look at what it did to him. That's crazy. And it goes on to say, the reason why the students chose to name Hind Hall, chose that name, was in honor of a 6-year-old Hind Rejab, who was executed by Israeli forces along with their family in Gaza. The renaming of the hall dates back to the anti-apartheid struggle, I didn't know this either, on campuses across the United States, during which students in 1985 did the same thing and renamed the building Mandela Hall. Interestingly, in 85, the police did not violently attack the student protesters in the way they just did days ago. Interesting overlap, right? You would think it would be far more violent at that point. Not the case. That's alarming. Showing you that this isn't some violent act of Jew hatred. They're trying to highlight back to the days of apartheid struggle, they write, in campuses, or even before that, to the 60s movement. They've already spoken about how they're trying to learn from those past lessons. And here's a video, by the way, of CNN disgustingly referring to the 6-year-old here who was murdered by Israeli forces as a woman, and ignoring the fact that they called it Hein Hall for her name, and realizing the fact that it's, we're really trying to frame it as all racism. But if you listen to the clip, which we already played, it's heartbreaking. Or she's crying for the person to come get her. They killed her family, and as she waited by herself in the car, they circled back and bombed the car. And she's dead now. And that's just another woman that got killed, apparently. Now, in regard to the chants, as you've already heard, the two main chants that the media are taking issue with, of course, and this is what they're framing as all of the major dangerous anti-Semitism, are from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and there is only one solution, intifada revolution. Now, what's interesting to me, by the way, as I was making fun of somebody else for making that statement, I genuinely think, and this is my point about the way they were misusing it, and I could be wrong, by the way, but when they're making this statement, I think what they're saying is there's only one solution, intifada, comma, revolution. I genuinely think that, because it's just because it rhymes, right? My point is that intifada revolution is redundant. It's like saying revolution. Doesn't make sense. Nonetheless, it's a chant, I think, because it rhymes. But my point is that people like Piers Morgan point to that and go, see, they're calling for revolt and danger and murder and Jew hatred. That's what they turned it into. And he says he's particularly taken issue with that latter phrase and labeled it as explicit calls for violence against Jews. It's just how you could make that claim. To begin with, intifada, as I've made clear before, is an Arabic word which is used for any uprising. As pointed out by Mehdi Hassan, who we played for you earlier, even the Holocaust Memorial Museum's Arabic website uses the word intifada to describe the Warsaw Ghetto uprising during World War II. And you can watch them talk about it right here. And it's amazing to me that he can outline that so clearly and say, okay, well, how can you make the word intifada into only Jew hatred when the Holocaust Memorial Museum's Arabic page uses intifada to describe Jews uprising in World War II? And he just goes, but Palestinians, and just ignores the point. It's just ridiculous. At the very least, you can highlight that it may not mean what you think it does, but they won't even do that. And I use the definition here, so you can see it just means tremor, shivering, to shake off, and just revolution, revolt, resistance, which could mean violence. But that's the point after that as well that I make, that regard is that legal resistance with violence does in fact is included in this conversation. I'll read my point down here. It says, in response to this, Piers Morgan deflects by then pointing to the application of the word to the Palestinian-Israel conflict, which on the historical record, there are two titles for uprisings, the Intifada and Al-Aqsa Intifada in 2000, 2005, and 6. During the first Intifada, for a whole entire year, it was a non-violent uprising, and while in the Gaza Strip, the Israelis murdered over 150 Palestinians, not a single Israeli was killed. Easy to look up. This began to change during the second year of the uprising after the overwhelming violence used against Palestinians under then Israeli Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin's bone-breaking policy, in quotes, because that's what he called it that. That's what Mehdi Hassan points out. Now, the second Intifada, or Al-Aqsa Intifada, broke out in reaction to the breakdown of the so-called peace process, as Israel continued, like they do right now, building settlements on the very land that was supposed to be given to the Palestinians, refused to withdraw its forces from areas it agreed to do so, and Ariel Sharon stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Intifada was violent, and there is no dispute over that fact. But that does not mean the term in and of itself denotes calls to violence, especially as most of the tactics employed during the two main intifadas in Palestine were nonviolent, verifiably so. Also, the word intifada is used by Palestinians to describe almost any act of resistance they commit themselves, violent or otherwise. It is also important to reiterate that, legally speaking, per the Fourth Geneva Convention, occupied territories have the right to armed resistance against the occupier, in this case, Israel, which very clearly includes acts of legally protected violence. So this argument that it somehow only means violence would still not matter if you're talking about legal acts of armed resistance, which they don't give that nuance. However, the singular of Arabic root word for intifada, or is I don't know how to even pronounce that, INTIFD, can be used to mean standing up or shaking something off. I talk about the shaking off the yoke, the occupation. The word is also used to describe almost every revolt or mass demonstrator movement throughout the Arab world. It has nothing to do with killing Jewish people or non-Arabic speakers trying to argue this or embarrassing themselves. As for the river to the sea, you know this as well. That phrase actually emerged in 1977 from the manifesto issued by the Israel's Likud party, as I've highlighted right here, calling out Elon Musk for saying this was genocide. I said, okay, well, are you going to call out the Likud party? Of course, he didn't respond because that's not allowed. The current parties leading the Israeli government, by the way, is the Likud party, which asserted that there would be no Palestinian state and only Israeli sovereignty from the Jordan River to the sea, which, by the way, explicitly means no Palestine. So even then, you could argue that means that they can live in Israel, which they clearly don't want. But at the very least, it means literally no Palestine at all, which could very clearly mean that they're all extinct or exterminated, which is words they've used. But in reverse, when you're saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, it's obviously not meant to mean that it's gone. It could. In a far less way, though, I think it clearly means that they are just simply free wherever they have a state or wherever they're allowed to be, even if that means all of Palestine or all of what it should be. And then they make clear that they would live in peace with the Israelis by everybody you talk to. But of course, they could all be lying. That's what you would get from most of the Zionist supporters. But in any case, how dumb is it they can have this stated? It's the founding document of the Likud party, and yet he just simply goes, or by the way, even the word decolonialization, I forgot about that. As a guy who is from South Africa, what the heck just happened there? Wow. God, Twitter is so ridiculous. So I captioned this, but it won't even let me go back now. It just takes me back to the page here. That's so stupid. Well, I got it down here anyway, so screw you, Twitter. That's so frustrating. Twitter's so manipulative. I swear it's not by accident. Let me see if I even hit view quotes if my thing even pops up. Probably doesn't. So that's supposed to work. Yours is supposed to be up there first. But I bet you mine's not even listed now. God, that's stupid. Oh, there it is. It is there, way down at the bottom. In any case, see, that was supposed to be where it went back to. Anyway, for the podcast, just wanted to highlight the same thing, which is that he's saying decolonialization. So by talking about colonialization and then trying to go away from that, apparently is racist now. But only when talking about Israel or the river to the sea. He doesn't say only when said by Palestinians. He just says that means genocide. Okay, well then why don't you care that they keep saying it? Or how often they keep posting that? Because they just don't, because they're liars, guys. Now, Dr. Lenz Veritas points out America's assault on its own kids. Oh, wait, excuse me. I'm glad I was going to go forward. I want to finish this article. So, going forward. Yeah, he's saying that variations of the phrase are used by almost everyone on both sides of the aisle, and certainly does not denote a call for a second Holocaust. The chant from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, has even been used by advocates of the two-state solution. My point exactly, and without contradictions. Because what his point is the West Bank borders the Jordan River, whereas the Gaza Strip borders the Mediterranean Sea. So you could literally argue by giving them the 1967 borders that would be the case. See, but the contradiction becomes when you claim there shouldn't be a Palestine. Clearly somebody there is calling for genocide. Nobody is calling wiping out Jewish people, however. People are calling for the dismantling of the Israeli government and replacing it with a Palestinian government that will grant equal rights to all. Anti-Jewish attacks. Now, he writes, while there have been various claims of physical attacks on Jewish people, there has been no evidence to back up the idea that any of these people have been attacked due simply to the Jewish identity. Which, shouldn't that matter to supposed journalists? Yeah. In fact, Jewish students are overrepresented in the protest movement, with the two primary groups on campus that are organizing the very protests that are being called anti-Semitic being Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace. So if these are being organized by Jewish people, and then seeing most of them, or at least a large portion of them being Jewish people, and having Holocaust survivors speak in their support, how is anybody honestly with a straight face calling this anti-Semitic? It's that stupid. Now, here's another one. This was just the one where he's highlighting that woman pretending to be stabbed in the eye, even though the flag just brushes by her face. It's ridiculous. Now, he says, during the early hours of May 1st, crowds of pro-Zionist counter-protesters arrived at the UCLA encampment site and began attacking the peaceful protesters. This has been documented 14 different ways. Zionist supporters pretending it's not there. As police stood by and did nothing, also on camera. The Zionists reportedly yelled racial slurs and were caught on camera shooting fireworks in the encampment, which you can see right here. It's just like every other one you see, like with Venezuela, where you can prove that they're instigating, and they just ignore it because they have an agenda. And says throwing fireworks, punching students, hitting them with planks of wood, as you just heard from one of the teachers, using pepper spray on students standing around and attempting to violently break up the encampment. One of the agitators was then caught on camera assaulting students, appearing to be a trained fighter and not from the university. I think I have that clip coming up. One of the agitators that was caught in the camera looked like a trained fighter. There was even a GoFundMe created for the UCLA counter protest, which raised over $52,000. And it's way more than that now. I think it's like $98,000. On the other hand, there has been no proof of any large financing going to the UCLA encampment, despite the claim of a 2019 portion coming from Open Source Society Foundation, which is not 24, and it's a fraction of what they're actually spending to make this happen. Now, I think I had some things I wanted to highlight here real quick. We'll come back to those. So I'm going to include this article, by the way, for this point. I'll reference this again in a minute. Derek and I are going to talk about this soon, I think. But he writes, "Are pro-Palestine campus protests being funded by George Soros? A closer look." And the general point is that it's a pretty damn clear stretch, at the very least. It's worth looking at. Here's the GoFundMe they're highlighting. Squid Diddley points out, "So it turns out the pro-Israel mob that attempted to murder the protesting students had a hitman style paid to GoFundMe where they promised 5 days in advance to attempt to physically maul or kill civilians to their donors." This person writes, "So that's how the college paid the IDF veterans. No one could trace the money." And he highlights this. Oops. Saying, "Turns out," and I already highlighted some of these. Oh, I do have it right there. I thought that was the wrong one. Okay. First of all, saying this is another professor, by the way, who was simply arrested and pinned down because he just asked them to leave the students alone, which keeps happening. But Maria points out, turns out the Zionist protesters are actually IDF veterans hired by the colleges. And I'll prove that to you in a second, more so than this. And oh yeah, they've come equipped with drones. Here's the full report. This is from Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine. Dean Rosen Metch has also convened meetings with GS veterans who served in the IDF, directing them to counter pro-Palestine student activities and to disrupt pro-Palestinian advocacy on campus. These are documents directly from the college. We highlighted this first part, the leaked documents that showed that they were essentially giving more funding to students from Israel. I mean, aggressively proven. You can look at it. It's not relevant today, more so, but this was another professor who was basically, what it says is CNN reports that Emory University's College of Arts and Sciences Faculty Senate overwhelmingly approved a vote of no confidence against the university president, Gregory L. Feen. How do you say that? Fens? The vote is in a condemnation of the choice to call outside law enforcement to attack them. So what you're seeing is the college band together and push back against the pro-Zionist entities that seem to be making this happen. We'll come back to this. Now it says down here, while there are no videos of racial slurs being shouted against Jewish students, Zionists have been caught yelling the N-word more than once, by the way, on camera, at openly calling for killing Palestinians. In one disgraceful example of distorting the facts, as you guys have seen, pro-Israel counter-protesters went to the middle of a protest and shouted, "Kill all the Jews," at Northwestern University, which even the Boston Globe, the Daily Beast, plenty of them reported that this was shouted without discernment who said it. A video of the incident went viral on social media, clearly showing pro-Israeli protesters shouting anti-Semitic phrases while literally holding an Israeli flag, in which the pro-Palestinian students then shouted them down and booed them. I've shown you this. However, Northeastern University then used the Boston Globe report as a justification for calling the police to disperse the protest violently. And of course, then the Zionist protesters and the CNN Fox News reporters point at it and say, "See, they're breaking it up because they're violent, because they're racist." Self-fulfilling prophecy. The Boston Globe did issue a clarification after the fact, yet the university has not apologized for their actions. Of course they won't. Here's just a video that I've shown you of one of these pro-Israel protesters literally screaming at them, "I hope you get raped." Rather specifically, quote, "I hope they rape you." Seen this many times. Another incident occurred when an unidentified woman, also with her face covered, held a sign, as you guys have seen, reading Al-Qasim's next targets, while standing next to Zionists holding Israeli flags. Now, I covered this. I'm almost completely convinced that the person they claim they found is not her. And on top of that, that everyone in the protest did the same thing. They said, what are you doing? Get out of here. That sign's ridiculous. You're not allowed it. And called her out. But it says, well, in this case, there is no way to tell who this actually was and their intentions. This is the part that I didn't know. They clearly did not know how to even wrap the keffiyeh. I looked that up to make sure I said it right, I think. The Palestinian wrap around their face properly. So that could be a mistake. But they also happened to misspell the word, the armed wing of Hamas, known as the Qassim Brigades. So I guess that's also certainly possible. But I think it's really funny that it seems like somebody who doesn't fully understand these things trying to pretend like they do, sort of like the Shirion.org group asked for. Can you come out? Do you speak Arabic? Can you pretend to be? Can you ignore these things? And I think that's what happened. Incorrectly wrote it, and wrote it with one S instead of two. They clearly don't know what they're talking about. These two instances have not resulted in any criminal charges. Despite the media and claims and the assertion from the U.S. President Joe Biden that the protests have been violent, this is also very relevant. An independent report has issued on the topic and found that 99% of the protests across the country have been nonviolent. But facts don't matter in all this. Here's The Guardian. A new report found that 99% of the pro-Palestine protests at U.S. colleges have been peaceful, despite remarks from Joe Biden. Here's the report itself. Pro-Palestine U.S. student protests nearly triple in April. Now, this is not some pro-Palestinian group, guys. They just make the report, and ultimately it says the overwhelming majority of student protests, 99%, since the beginning of all of this, have remained peaceful. Demonstrations involving students make up roughly 1/3 of all U.S. demonstrations related to the conflict since it reignited in October 2023. Between 7th of October 2023 and the 26th of April, 90% have shown up in support of Palestine. So just realizing that a huge portion of all protests are rallied around this right now, and 90% are showing up in support of Palestine. It's pretty clear that they are terrified of what this is. That's so incredibly important. Now, writes, while it is impossible to track funding to every pro-Palestinian encampment, and we should very much question it, especially if we think it's going to be derailed intentionally, which is always how this goes, there has been no evidence of them receiving financing and cash donations. On the contrary, and we will get to he mentions that, I'll include the article if you want to understand why I think there's no merit to those claims, but it says, on the contrary, there is public evidence of counter-demonstrators being financed, and they publicly discuss it. Some have pointed to Jewish Voice for Peace allegedly receiving, this is the point, $150,000 in grants from the George Soros-connected Open Society Policy Center between 2019 and 2021 as proof that Soros is funding the encampments. I mean, I don't even know how you could make that claim when it's that many years ago, but at the very least, you can argue they might be influenced or co-opted, but realizing only 15% of the budget raised by JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, is from private donations in general. And there is no evidence for direct financing from George Soros to the pro-Palestinian protests across campuses. But we should certainly question it. And the funding right there. But what you're getting from people like Alex Jones saying, brought to you by Soros and the CIA, is completely ignoring the true momentum of all of this, whatever their beliefs are, and the ongoing genocide that it's about. It's angering. The NYPD appeared on corporate media to present bike locks, literally bike locks, used to lock Hind Hall at Columbia University as supposed proof that, quote, professionals were running rampant in the student protest movement, which certainly we should ask that. It's always probably happening on all sides, in my opinion. My point is, how in the world are you going to present a bike lock as some kind of professional tool? Doesn't it far more implicate the fact that they're students with bike locks, but the only thing they could find to lock a door? My God, these people are ridiculous. Professionals use bike locks? Despite this, then giving the corporate media the excuse to begin claiming, without evidence, that professional agitators are being used. When the NYPD were asked how many non-student demonstrators they arrested, that claim keeps circulating, they failed to even give an answer. So far, there has been zero evidence that pro-Palestinian, quote, professionals are being employed to aid the demonstrations. While you can prove, because they've stated it themselves, and we just told you that IDF members are being recruited to do this, they are there on the ground. Now, under free speech, the general point again before is there's no evidence of targeting of Jews in any anti-Jewish way. There's no discernible evidence of any kind that that's happening. It's conflation of other terms. Even if you believe that the protests are espousing hate, though, that's the important part. Creating discomfort for Jewish students or outright threatening them. Or I guess you could argue that a threat would break the law. So let's keep, the point is simply, the reason I said that is because the point is they're claiming that if you say this word that I feel threatened. So that's more what I meant by that. But to be clear, if you're going, I'm going to kill you, that shouldn't be allowed. The point, though, is that even if you believe that the protests are espousing hate and creating discomfort for Jewish students, the First Amendment protects their right to do so. Pretty wide people are not disregarding that, especially for people that have been screaming about the First Amendment. And again, for the very people that are now shifting their opinion, isn't it interesting how you're suddenly taking up the woke left mindset around censorship? Yeah, it is. While the likes of Fox News Republican Party representatives and the social media conservatives like Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin have spent the past years screaming about the woke left, censoring speech at academic institutions in particular, they now find themselves lying and smearing anti-war protesters as racist in order to justify censoring them, even if they are racists. How is it possible that people that were just doing that, in fact, highlighting the woke left using racism to censor people, are now going, you're racist, you have to be censored? I mean, that is comically stupid. They claim to be against safe spaces, but literally want safe spaces on campus for Zionists. They want to call anyone and everyone a Nazi, racist, and anti-Semitic for criticism of the Israeli government while distorting the meaning of pro-Palestinian chants. These self-described free speech absolutists now justify violent police crackdowns on students for expressing their right to free speech. It's very clear, he finishes, that these people are not interested in free speech, guys. They are just grifting off the culture war in the U.S., playing the role of the right-wing identity politics crowd. They claim to be against cancel culture and identity politics, yet exactly embody this when it comes to defending Israel and never take issue with the unconstitutional laws adopted in 38 states that make it illegal to boycott Israel. These same bad faith actors are now trying to present the pro-Palestinian protesters as part of their made-up culture war. They point to some of the protesters, in some cases, many of them being supporters of Black Lives Matter or having pink hair as an example of how they're somehow part of the woke left, which certainly is possible. These arguments are immature, and the only way they can distract their audiences from the fact that they are just trying to justify and even advocating for violently canceling the free speech of the anti-war protesters. I just recognize a typo, which drives me crazy. If you believe in free speech, he writes, then you don't have to agree with every single protester, nor do you have to even agree with what they're saying and advocating for, but you have to support their right to speak. And that doesn't mean one person does this over here, so shut it all down. It's the same damn thing, especially when those same right-wing people were highlighting agitators within their protest to justify shutting them down. Can't we ask whether that's happening here too? I'm telling you, when I'm saying all this, I know that most of you know out there, conservative, liberal, or aware of the lie, know that and are screaming about it. But what I'm talking about are the people that are manipulating those that still get trapped in the two-party paradigm. And there's far too many of them. Now, he writes, on a personal note, what we are currently seeing across college campuses in the United States is unprecedented and deeply inspiring. If you were to tell me, and he and I were just talking about this, that 7 months ago that there would be a nationwide students movement opposing Israeli war crimes in Gaza, coupled with nonstop street protests across the country, and a 25-year-old active duty airman Aaron Bushnell would light himself on fire screaming free Palestine until he dropped dead, I would have called you crazy, he says. All of this demonstrates just how committed to justice many are in the United States, to the point that it has shocked the entire world. This issue has united left and right, becoming one of the largest anti-war protest movements in the United States history. An amazing reflection of the spirit of free speech and human rights values that are in fact enshrined in so many Americans, despite its government, I add, despite the two-party illusion. Well said, Robert. I'm going to remember this. Now, Dr. Lenz Veritas points out America's assault on its own kids in service of Zionist Israel is a genocidal pariah. Or as they are a genocidal pariah. Each assault on students will likely act as a sharpener, honing their determination to steely resolve that refuses to be broken, in continuation of their crimes. New York Times highlights, which you may not have known, campus protests where arrests and detainments have taken place since April 18th. Take a look at this. I wasn't even aware of that. Oregon, California, multiple in California, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, Montana, Indiana, Ohio, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, New York, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, in multiple protests in each one of these places where you have people being arrested for protesting Israel. This is a terrifying reality for people that haven't really understood where we are in this country. It's also a very important moment to recognize that we can change this. They know that, and that's why they're desperately trying to shut this down. That's why the screamers on the left and the right are desperately trying to keep you looking at the race war, the culture war, anything but what's actually happening right now. And that's why those same pundits are so desperately trying to keep you lost. Now, here's Ben Shapiro pretending things are happening. Well, and by the way, you could clearly argue that in some cases, where I haven't seen them, but it may happen, where people are doing what he's saying. Wouldn't surprise me. But we also have to ask whether that might be agitators lying about it. But the point is, a censored man writes, oh, Ben, highlighting with this great juxtaposition that everything he says is highlighted as being done by Zionists in this video.
Anti-Semitic protests on college campuses where Jewish students are being spit upon.
A Zionist right there, spitting on Palestinian protesters.
Physically assaulted.
Zionists beating up Palestinian protesters. More than once.
Harassed.
People doing this to Palestinians and saying, F you, old lady.
Blocked from going to class, and people are chanting genocidal slogans.
Take off your hijab and get a job.
Right, we've seen this. Like the guy's ridiculously saying, take off your hijab and get a job. You're all fat and ugly and stupid is basically what he said next. And this woman, like I showed you, saying, I hope you all get raped. Right? I don't see any examples of what he's saying in reverse, other than saying free Palestine. They go, oh my God, you hate Jewish people. Again, I could be wrong, but I would love you to send me the stuff that proves I'm wrong.
Really, where are the Jewish students assaulting the Palestinian students?
Right there.
Where are they?
Right there.
Where are they?
Right there.
Anywhere?
I mean, think about how ridiculous this person has to be to willfully ignore this stuff. You know he's seeing this. You look beneath that post he makes, and you'll see the comments showing you this stuff. So it takes a special kind of willful ignorance to blindly hide these things and speak with righteous indignation about how they're not happening while you know they're happening. Just make sure you flavor him going forward with that kind of dishonesty. That's who we're talking about. Here is censored men highlighting how Israel was formed. Now, this doesn't have any relation necessarily to what we're talking about with the protest, but it shows you the kind of mindset, the public and open and acknowledged reality of what happened in the foundation of Israel that is ignored. Even one of these guys in the video says it's forbidden to speak about. But this is what actually happened. Now, this is in subtitles, so I'm just going to let it play.
הרגנו בהם, בלי נקיפת מצפון. הרגת, אז עשית דבר טוב. הייתי מוכן להרוג. אני אספר לה שאני הייתי רוצח. עד עכשיו רק שהייתה אקדח, אתה תהרג את כולם. יאללה, רפו אותם כמו חרות, חניאל. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו הרים ידיים, משהו כזה, לא לקחתי שבויים. כמה עד עכשיו אנשים הרגת ככה? לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. הוא תפס אישה, חתיכה צעירה, נכנס לבית אחד, הכין חדר מיטות, עם מיטה, פרטה לזיין אותה. הילדה חזרה, סמרטוטיה. אחד אנס שם איזה ילדה בת 16, משהו כזה. אתה מבין? אבל זה מכוער מאוד, היה לנו בחור אחד, הוא נפטר, הוא היה פרא אדם, הוא לקח פשוט מאוד, ורצח אותם בתוך המכלאות.
The first part, for the most part, for the podcast, is just these are old men, part of the Nakba, original Zionist occupiers, who are laughing about raping women, laughing about murdering people. Most of them, anyway. Or the others just casually talking about how they murdered people back then. And here, he's talking about how in the enclosures they forced them into, totally not a parallel for Nazi Germany at all, right? And then shot them inside the enclosures and laughed about it.
כאלה עגולים כאלה, אספו כל הגברים. הם יושבים שם כולם על הרצפה, ובא מישהו ולוקח תת מקלע ומתחיל זה, מחליף מחסנית, שלקחו את הלוויורים ורדפו אחרי חבר'ה ושרפו אותם.
Flamethrowers and burned to death people in these encampments. They were locked inside of barbed wire cages.
זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר.
It's forbidden to tell. Why? Because of an Israeli law that creates this dynamic where you're not allowed to highlight any historical document or historical fact that makes people doubt Israel and Zionism and everything else. That's not my opinion. Publicly discussed. That's why Haaretz covered this recently. We're not allowed to talk about this because it's crazy. And yet your government knows all this and just simply allows it. Now here, this article I'll include again, Derek Bro's article about funding. This is the GoFundMe we were discussing. Now here, Pierre Polivier, I think it's Polivier, the one from Canada, who, by the way, nailed it. It was really calling it out on COVID-19. Highlights this random post that says, when people show you who they are, believe them. Now, we've highlighted a lot of stuff over here about the misrepresentations. Okay, so here are a couple examples, which, again, you should very clearly ask whether this might be planted, might be someone they're doing it to, but I don't believe that. I know for a fact there are people in these protests that support Hamas, which, by the way, shouldn't be some all-encompassing, you hate Jewish people, the world's going to end if you say that. It's ridiculous. They could be misinformed about what they think Hamas is. They could recognize that Israel funds them and support. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could change their opinion. Nonetheless, they're highlighting this when they tell you who are they, I believe them. When we are deeply disturbed by this photo of protesters in Ottawa proudly wearing Hamas logos on their back. Okay, so are you understand the nuance of people that might support the act of resistance, but maybe not support the Israeli-funded crimes they've committed, or on and on and on? Of course not. Hamas is listed as a terrorist organization and one that targets Jews, not in Israel, but around the world. That's not even remotely true. This is a game to try to make you think that's what, if you let them go, they're going to ruin the world. No, Israel's planning to do that. But that's clear that you're trying to create the narrative that Hamas is some worldwide terror. It is a group that has risen because Israel funded them into reality, that has been driven into control, that they use to divide the West Bank and Palestine, or West Bank and Gaza. And yes, has changed over the years, but still has been used by Israel, but is now a resistance group that is clearly fighting, obviously, in the interest of the resistance movement, but clearly also committed crimes. Of course, nuance doesn't matter when you're dealing with groups like this. The Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. It says that anyone would parade around their support and promote this terror group. You mean like Zionism? Right? Or you mean like the United States government and Israel supporting ISIS, Al-Qaeda, MEK? Any other group we could talk about? That's endless amount of examples that fund very clear terrorist groups, the moderate rebels. Yeah, but let's ignore all the facts and pretend this one thing matters more than anything else. Or the fact that they call the Ansar Allah movement terrorist when they're not, or the Hezbollah movement, they're not terrorist groups, or Iran in general. Here's the point. He says Hamas is a death cult with a mandate to destroy the Jewish state, which is not even the case anymore. Maybe they're lying about it, but they very clearly changed their charter years ago, and it's about fighting Zionism, but maybe that's the whole ploy. Who knows? They have murdered thousands of Jews, they say. Well, you could argue that, but I'm pretty sure that more than Jewish people live in Israel, right? This is the game they always play, exposing that they either know they're supposed to say that or that they're admitting they only care about Jewish people. Their leaders live in luxury while the Palestinian people live in squalor. Yeah, why is that exactly? Maybe because they gave them almost $1.5 billion in suitcases and still continue to do so, the Israeli government. That's the leadership in Qatar. They have still protected to this day. Why don't we ask about that, Pierre? Why don't you ask why they're allowing the leadership to sit comfortably in Qatar while Qatar is part of the negotiations? And then they point to them every so often and go, look at the thing they just said, even though it challenges what's actually going on the ground. It's clear these are their assets, guys. He says anyone wearing this symbol is deranged, sadistic, or both. I said, okay, so if wearing it is bad, which I'll give you, I don't support Hamas, then you must certainly be calling out the fact that the Israeli government has been funding them in order to surreptitiously keep Palestinians divided, right? It was publicly reported by Haaretz right there, October 9th. But of course not. You know why. Same old story. It does not matter because we're only meant to highlight the one thing here that matters for our narrative, which should make you question his intentions around everything else, guys. But just either way, let's just pretend it's real. Do 4 people, in fact, it looks like 1, wait a minute. Okay, so 2 people. It looks like 2 people who, by the way, for all we know, are not there honestly wearing a Hamas flag. So 2 people doing that are supposed to be indicative of how every single person here thinks, despite most of them calling out the reality because most of them are aware that Israel has funded Hamas? Of course not, because that would be nuance. That would be intelligence.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash.
Exactly.
Probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight it.
It's just not, it's the easiest thing in the world to understand. And by the way, this article written on May 3rd, so yesterday, highlights the fact that they're still dragging their feet, because even people in Israel, which shows you that not everybody's on the same page, or at the very least, there's people in the wrong side of this who just want to abuse the reality that we're understanding. Like, I just don't believe that most of their government is problematic, in my opinion. Not every Israeli or Jew, but every person in their government, for the most part, has shown themselves to be in support of most of this. My point is that let's just hypothetically say that maybe one of them is trying to call it out. Israeli Prime Minister's office has yet to submit files of transfers of funds to Hamas despite repeated requests. Gee, I wonder why. Because the moment that happens, it's going to become even more publicized, and it destroys their narrative. You can't go on saying that this whole Hamas thing is the only problem when you go, well, a minute, you funded them and created what they are and continue to fund them to this. No, can't say that out loud. That'll destroy everything. Now, no serious injuries. Obviously, you can see that these people were fired on with rubber bullets that hurt a lot of them. Now, this guy, by the way, the person we were just showing you there, is gone. Another point about Twitter. Here's his name. Guess what? You can search for him, and you can see that so this is all these people that are responding to that picture, where they're going, well, did it work? Did you like call him, making fun of him, essentially? But that he's not there. He can't find it, right? Because it's gone. But not just been deleted or censored, just doesn't exist. How does that make sense? So how many times I keep seeing this where something important happens, where it's destroying a very central part of a certain narrative, and these things just get vanished. In fact, I'm seeing very weird things that I wasn't even going to get into, where I was captioning somebody's tweet discussing Fetterman, in fact, and it was Fetterman talking about somebody. And I saw it when I was done. It very clearly held Fetterman's caption and then the tweet he was captioning. I saw it myself. And then I went back to look at it today, and the tweet that it was captioning was only the other guy's tweet. Fetterman was gone. The tweet still exists, but I'm like, how in the world can that possibly happen without something surreptitious, something manipulative? I'm telling you guys, there's a lot weirder stuff happening on Twitter that nobody's talking about. Either way, this is him being removed from the platform right after he points out something really damning, especially because this image is really powerful, in my opinion. It's not hard to see how that's unacceptable for an American protesting for their rights, free speech. And yet then you've got a foreign government advocating for that. And that's not supposed to bother Americans? Should. Here's another statement from a university professor with 9 broken ribs and a broken hand after the police assault her. You can read about it for yourself. Here is an example of the Israeli government speaking about these kids. Like, it really should, no matter what side you think you're on in the political paradigm. How is it that we're standing here watching a foreign government speak at the United Nations about how your American citizens, whether they're left or right or whatever else, that are also American citizens, how they are the problem, how they are something that should be taken out, justifying the attacks on your fellow Americans because they express their rights. This is a foreign government advocating for your suppression, and some people in this country are screaming in applaud, in agreement. Excuse me.
We always knew that Hamas hides in schools.
So they've lied about it a lot.
We just didn't realize that it's not only schools in Gaza, it's also Harvard, Columbia, and many elite universities.
Oh, so he did elite in quotes too. So now where are all the university members that are going to be like this? These people are just like clumsily and inherently offensive, just insulting anybody that gets in their way, even barely. Elite schools. Oh, so they're just no longer elite schools anymore because a couple of kids you disagree with? Like, they're just clumsy. It's all encompassing. It's all or nothing. They act like children, guys, and I can't believe more people can't see that. The way that they conflate things, the way that they respond, they're deriding people, the way that they laugh, everything they do is acting like a bunch of children running a country. Even the way this guy speaks makes you think that he's just not that smart. You clearly is reading things off, mispronouncing things. The point is, these people do not deserve to have the positions they do, in my opinion. And now he's standing up and telling you, your American citizens are a problem. In these so-called elite schools, you all disgusting Americans, you all disgusting Christians, that's the opinions they actually have when they're actually listened to. And here he is speaking to all these people who most of in that very room know what he is because they've already voted against him. And here he is shouting down at all of them like some kind of person on his high horse as he's allowing genocide. Bill Ackman says this is crazy. If you reward protesters who violate the rules or worse, don't you love how these people who are like pointing out the government's lying but all of a sudden now we have to listen to the rules? Right? It's just so funny. Like, I'm not saying you should ignore, like, if you're in a school, I'd probably follow the rules if you want to go to that school. The point is that I think it's funny that all of a sudden we're dealing with something that's very much bigger than just one school or rules of a university, and people that have otherwise been used like that, again, the trucker convoy and anything else, are suddenly going, yeah, they broke the rules at the school. Shut them down. It's like, God, just so many weak people out there. You will get more protests and more extreme rule violations. This will not end well for Rutgers. And this person says they're conceded 8 out of 10 of the protesters' demands, and they forced the university to postpone 28 final exams. Okay. I mean, you could disagree with how this outcome goes or who it's affecting. I always argue that the kind of things that affect other people that aren't involved, I don't agree with that. But it doesn't change the fact that they're protesting to stop funding of an entity that is literally murdering children as I read this. And then Gen X Girl points out one of the true points about this. As he's screaming about how he can't allow illegal acts or things that are breaking the rules, oops, turns out that they were literally funding pro-Israel agitators to manufacture crises on the campus so they could lobby people to ram censorship bills through Congress. But that's clearly violating school rules. It's also violating international and specifically United States law. But let's quibble about how they're violating university policies while we're murdering children in Gaza, right? Let's get your priorities straight.
You mentioned Bill Ackman. You can put this next piece up on the screen. He helped to fund, I think he was one of the top funders, if not the top funder, of that violent pro-Israel counter-protest that assaulted many students at UCLA, included among them probably, since so many Jewish students are involved in the anti-war protests, Jewish students. So they don't actually care about Jewish students' safety. And Jessica Seinfeld, by the way, Jerry Seinfeld's wife, also kicked in a number of thousands of dollars to these violent thugs who rampaged and shot rockets and assaulted anti-war demonstrators for hours before the cops showed up. So it's nonsense that they even care about Jewish student safety. No, they care about this ideology of Zionism. That's what they care about. And that's fine. They're allowed to care about that. That's fine. But don't conflate it like this is a religious sectarian conflict. It's not. And certainly do not go and ban Americans from having a critique of a foreign government. Mm-hmm. You know.
Now, I do want to point out, by the way, I'm glad they're all talking about it. I think this is important, and I'm glad they're finally finding the courage or finally seeing what's always been there. But it's also important to highlight, and this is why I interviewed Adam Green and others that have been doing it longer, way longer than me and most anybody, highlighting these important contradictions. Again, as I've said before, even though there's plenty that we disagree on, the reality of this, it's always been there. This is not new information. The historical documents, the academics and the historians that have always highlighted this have always been there. People like that are just suddenly finding the courage to wade into it. Now, I get it. I understand why people are afraid because they get attacked and they're in mainstream circles. But you just need to remember that there's been people that have been hacking down these things for you for years and highlighting the truth of this, knowing they were getting barely in attend, knowing they were getting suppressed and attacked and removed and financially censored. And only now, because of the courage of the Palestinians, because of the courage of people that are standing up and making everybody see this, and also the belligerence of the Zionist government, people like her are now seeing that, okay, well, the Overton window has moved just enough for me to look edgy and talk about this. Because it is, even now, she's still going to get attacked for it. But I just think it's important to recognize how many people have had the courage to do this while they knew they wouldn't get anything from it, just because it was true. Again, not trying to diminish they're doing it. I'm glad that's happening. And I think it's important that more people start talking about this. Now this, Middle East Eye points out, Aaron Cohen, who is an Israeli counterterrorism analyst, posted a video showing his presence with the LA County Sheriff's Department at the University of California, UCLA, prior to the violent disbursement of their camp. You cannot ignore this stuff, guys. They literally have Israeli entities on the ground. They've got IDF members within the protests. This is an Israeli coordinated attack on American free speech.
What's up, guys? Aaron Cohen here, counterterrorism analyst, law enforcement instructor. I'm down here at UCLA right now, and have the opportunity to spend a minute here with LASD, some of my associates. And I just want to take a minute right now to make it very clear that these guys here, this is one of the finest, this is the largest sheriff's office in the country.
I'm going to leave it there. He just goes on. It's what you expect. The point is that he's present. I'm just way past time, especially since the opening took a long time. The point here, guys, is that you can't pretend like this doesn't matter. We're not talking about counterterrorism here, guys. We're talking about Americans protesting. And even if you want to pretend that some of them broke the law, counterterrorism, the only reason that makes sense is because they believe morons like Tom Cotton and the people out there that are screaming about terrorism, or that they're in, like, or who was the other one that said that? He said Cotton was a little Gaza. The other one said that, anyway, the point is they're acting like this extreme radicalization of our students through foreign countries, which is actually kind of true, except they're pointing at the wrong side. Now, anyway, I shouldn't even say that, because I guarantee you, as always, that Russia and China and anybody to whatever degree they're able are trying to influence people around the world. Doesn't mean we should be okay with it, but it also means we shouldn't ignore the fact that it's happening even from our allies, especially when it's this predominant and this like intertwined with your very government processes, your very government officials who are in fact acting for their interests on the record, far more than they're acting in the interest of Americans, if at all. And that they have people on the ground telling you that your people's fighting for this and standing up for their First Amendment right are terrorists because they're doing so. And then they pass laws that enshrine that. It's not hard to see where this goes. Here is an example from Low Key. This person says, I see Megan Am, which is a group which is staffed by former Israeli military personnel, a Zionist militia group. So this is a member of the LAPD saying, I see that group as the next evolution of an organized public-private first responder partnership. My God. Now we're talking about public-private partnerships for law enforcement? Guys, if you ever seen an example of this country being overtaken by foreign entities, it's right in front of you. You don't need to look to Russia or China. It's happening right in front of you. I just don't know why I do know why, but this is my problem with the people that are stuck in the two-party paradigm that want you to think it's only one thing. I will happily point out China's efforts to do the same. I'll happily point out Russia's attempts to do the same. But I don't see it happening like this right in front of us in your town. It takes willful ignorance to ignore something like this.
Today, on February 2nd, 2020, I see professionally trained and dedicated security personnel, Maganam, as the next evolution of an organized and professional public-private first responder partnership in the community.
Now, he's definitely reading, which doesn't have to mean that it was given to him by somebody else. He could have written it, but I find it interesting how he's reading through that almost as if he doesn't know what the words are. Just my own thoughts. Either way, that is terrifying. He's literally talking about a Zionist militia and why they're the next stage of public-private partnership for your community in regard to law enforcement. Why don't you just outsource it to Israel? Isn't that exactly what you're saying? Or the idea that we're having these Unit 8200 surveillance, medical, 911 call centers, like all these groups run by former Israeli intelligence in the United States. Whitney Webb has been talking about this for a very long time. Now, in regard to the protesters in general, here is another wildly pro-Zionist maniac, Alan Dershowitz, who's openly speaking to the news and saying, I'm going to go after these children personally. Americans speaking about Israel. He's saying he's going to go after them. Take their dorm rooms away. Take their cars, their boom boxes. That's what he says, because he's a complete out of touch, absolute. Anyway, he says, and bankrupt them. Of course, down below to the cheers of Republicans, right? Except How do they not recognize that that's exactly what this very same person, was doing to people in the trucker convoy? I just can't see why some people can't recognize that. I think it's the majority that do, though, to make that clear.
Are going to be engaging in massive defensive and offensive lawfare against bigots, anti-Semites, and potential violent terrorists. We're going to take many, many kinds of legal actions. We're starting a group called Heard a Jew, We Sue You, in which if you send us the name of a Jewish kid, it could be a Christian Zionist too, who was hurt.
What? Catch that? So, Heard a Jew, We Sue You, to protect Jewish people, but also Christian Zionists. Oops. Isn't that the whole point? How does that have anything to do with Jewish people? It doesn't. It's about Zionists. And they conflate it with Jewish people in order to manipulate you. I mean, how do you miss that?
Of a Jewish kid, it could be a Christian Zionist too, who was hurt by one of these bigots. We will sue them, and we will get their dorm rooms taken away, and we will take their cars and their boom boxes, and we'll bankrupt them. We will do whatever is necessary under the law in order to bring these lawsuits, bring them successfully, and deter October 7th. Remember, there are people out there who have promised they will bring 10,000 October 7th. That's genocide. 10,000 October 7th is the end of the Jewish people.
Nope. Certainly could mean that. But if we said 10,000 American revolutions, what would you think that meant? Would you think that meant murdering all British people? No. It's a stupid argument. It certainly could mean that. Who knows what the person thinks inside their head? Not Alan Dershowitz, not Newsmax. The point is, it's obvious that what they're talking about, in my opinion, but I don't know either, is that they're talking about the continuation of the resistance. I think that's pretty obvious. But even if it's not, that's not what everybody there is saying. They're picking out minor examples. In many cases, they're people that are lying, like screaming, "Kill all the Jews," done by a Zionist, caught for doing so. He doesn't care. This is a very clear manipulator. Now, this is somebody showing you, look at what they did to the campus. Oh my gosh. Let's all be outraged about how they graffitied, which again, I'm willing to bet you a lot of this was not done by them. I think that's very clear, as we've already proven that. And I'll show you an example next. But as Nora Barros-Friedman points out, oh yeah, well, here's what Khan Yunis looks like after 7 months of genocide. Amazing that we care about one and not the other. Right? I mean, my God, priorities. Well, Dan Cohen writes, neocon senator, this is Hawley, with the other one, Josh Hawley, denounced students protesting the Gaza genocide as pro-Hamas freaks and N95 masks. Just really trying to bring you back into this divide of left-right. Even though, by the way, during COVID-19, it was not a left-right divide, guys. It was not only woke lefties wearing masks. I showed you this. There's equal amounts of Republicans. It was a nonpartisan illusion. Or rather, it was nonpartisan. The illusion was that it was partisan. He writes, in 2019, this is the important part. So Hawley's going, these freaks and masks, right? Well, however, in 2019, when Hong Kong passed its anti-mask law to tamp down on U.S.-backed riots, Hawley traveled there to support the fanatics who had been beating innocent people and setting them on fire while hiding their identities behind masks. Hawley is a pro-genocide freak, he writes, who loves masking when it supports U.S. imperialism. Right. So you use the idea that at 95, you're trying to align with the Republicans who blindly think that this is a woke Soros mindset and has nothing to do with genocide, even though down here you were happy to support the ones in mass because it worked for you. That's all of them, guys. They're manipulators. They're liars. They're opportunists. Now, here's an example. Elon Musk, you remember we already showed you that exactly like he says under 99,000 other posts because he's plucking out people he wants to highlight. It's embarrassing. But NYT and New York Times columnist and Duke professor Frank Bruni says that college students viewing the world through an oppressor versus oppressed paradigm has led them to advocate for Hamas, which is not even what most of them are doing, but let's pretend, and not stopping to learn what happened on October 7th. Who is this guy talking about? The few people that they've plucked out of their conversation that don't understand the full dynamic, or at least didn't want to talk about it? I can literally prove to you that most people at these tests are very aware. In fact, so aware that what they talk about is what makes them say it's fake. You know, the fact like the Hannibal Directive, or the fact that they need foreknowledge, or the fact that they shot, any number of things that we have proven to you that contradict the larger narratives. They then go see, they don't even know. but they actually do. It's you, Frank Bruni, that truly don't know what happened. But it's a lot of college students this generation, sort of a paradigm they use or lens they kind of evaluate the world. And it's one in which people who have less money, people who have less power, sometimes people who have darker skin must inherently be wrong and therefore are likely to be right. Now, I agree with this in the woke mindset, right? The ridiculousness of pretending that just because you're a black person that somehow you're right, or that your victimhood makes you more important. I flatly disagree with that. But that's not what's happening. That's why we're trying to highlight that it's left and right, black and white, Jew and Christian, Muslim, everybody in these protests highlighting oppression, genocide. It doesn't make them right because they're oppressed, but it sure as hell makes them oppressed. And you don't look through an oppressor-oppressed lens. We're simply highlighting that the hinging dynamic of the world right now is the oppressor and the oppressed. The reality that you have powerful governments that are stomping on people that they can. And we frame it as democracy because we've taken that bait. That doesn't make them right. I'm willing to bet you that any one of those governments would do the exact same if given the chance, but it still means that they're being oppressed. That's the reality, but they keep trying to shoehorn this back into the idea that that's the only thing that matters. You're looking at, or that's why Elon Musk, by the way, just came out and said that they see it as, the opposite of that. If you're weak, that means you're correct. I simply showed you the reverse, the same thing they're doing. Might makes right is what they're doing. None of those things are right. That's the two-party paradigm and some kind of talking point is what they do. Divide and conquer. But I said being oppressed does not make you right, but clearly still means that you're being manipulated, that you are being taken advantage of, and you should stand up for that. Like we're talking about the protests. Maybe you don't agree with what they believe about mass or climate change, but it doesn't change the fact that they're being arrested for free speech. It's amazing we have to make this clear. But as he says down here, Sam Husseini, what a shock. Rich white South African U.S. U.S. military contractor flocking for apartheid. Right. Now, one last thing on this, that anti-war protests were planned for today at Kent State University. Now, I'm not sure what happened there. It's later now today, but I find it interesting. If you know something in the chat, let me know. I kind of felt like this would have been a prime location for them to create something like we already seen many times. Since Kent State University is where the National Guard shot unarmed protesters. It's kind of interesting this is happening again, but with rubber-coated bullets, but still bullets. But let me know if anything happened there that you've seen. Now, just to quickly end this, Status Quo is highlighting the idea. This is one of the videos we were talking about, where you can see Zionists like dive bombing into the crowd and just starting to swing at people. I think it went past it already. Yeah, right here. So obviously these are protesters and they're kind of getting rowdy back and forth. But this gets violent when this guy decides to jump over the top and start throwing punches. Look at this. Are you kidding me? And that doesn't get highlighted? The most obvious thing in the world? They ignore it. Now, Goody Weaver points out, to sum up, a 6-year-old, and this isn't just the protest, this is just in general. It's like post-October 7th for the most part. A 6-year-old Muslim child was stabbed 26 times, and his mother was stabbed a dozen times. These are real stories. I'll show you next. A Muslim pediatrician was stabbed to death. 3 Palestinian students were shot. Student protesters are being brutally attacked by Zionists. But Zionists feel unsafe? Which is actually the reality. Or Jewish people that are manipulated by the Zionist lies. But the point is that doesn't make much sense. Here's the story from October 16th. A fatal stabbing of a Palestinian-American boy is being investigated as a hate crime. Now here's what the kind of things we keep seeing. Aviva Klampus says, painted on the door of a Jewish student at, interestingly enough, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And it spells K-I-K-E. Which, of course, could mean somebody was being anti-Semitic or just racist. But here's what's interesting. Certainly could be, by the way. I'm not going to deny that there could be somebody who just wants to be racist, but doesn't it seem a little bit too self-serving at the moment? Here's what what the Squirrel points out. Aviva Klampus is a known hoaxer who has posted photos of fake fabricated stickers that she herself made while also spreading the 40 beheaded babies lie. We've shown you all this. Here's her lying about the 40 beheaded babies many times. Nobody seems to care about how clearly we can prove they got caught lying. Or this one I showed you myself. Rape is resistance. Babies are occupiers. It's the stupidest false flag. I called it a sticker false flag. It's ridiculous. I'm not going to say it's not possible, But you have to realize that this is fundamentally undermining what every one of them are saying. Most of these people are going, the rape allegations are completely meritless. Or that they're saying, look, the idea of illegal occupiers and the idea that civilians are not part of the occupier armed resistance dynamic. But they want people to think that's what they're saying, so they lie about both of them. And guys, this is a provable reality. They've lied about these things. So here she is, possibly doing it again. I don't know that for sure, but just to show you a couple examples, this person highlights, by all means, investigate, right? If that's a lie, or if that's real, right? If the perpetrator's caught, expel him. Meanwhile, don't forget, pro-Israel agitator shouts, kill the Jews, gets everybody else arrested. That's a false flag, essentially. Here's another example. This person simply says, why are you like this? But these are just simply highlighting general lies, like this one, or this article here. Jewish student group flies Harvard hates Jews airplane, and with a banner around an Ivy League campus. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, it says, well, they claim it was meant to respond to the anti-Semitism on the campus, except that's not what happened, because ridiculous propaganda spreaders like, what's her name from, Libs of TikTok, I think? Yeah. Chanya Rachnik says, flying over Harvard today. No context. Now, even if she knew that's who did it, she clearly didn't tell you that, because the whole point is to get you to assume that must be because anti-Semitism, right? And just because you claim they did it because anti-Semitism does not then prove anti-Semitism. That's the claim of the monument. It's that you're doing it yourself. But that's the whole point. Read the whole article. Everybody shared it. It went viral, and they claimed that this was people hating Jews on Harvard campus. It was a lie. And even though it got proven, it still doesn't change the reality. And by the way, they didn't state that was to call it out. They stated that once it got exposed as their group doing it. That's just covering your lie. Or a Jewish man fakes anti-Semitic attack by stabbing himself at a Michigan synagogue. These are all provable stories. I've gone over most of these. Here's this one. Anti-Semitic attack on kosher cafe was staged by the owners. This is even written on Times of Israel. Canadian police say anti-Semitic attack on cafe was staged. This is 2019. Owners of the shop, it says right here, an alleged anti-Semitic attack on a kosher-style cafe was staged by the owners of the restaurant. Police now say. Why? To manufacture the illusion. It's not hard to understand. There's a lot of them, guys. I could show you 15 examples. Ken Klippenstein writes, Congress is instructing the FBI to investigate student protests who are chanting death to America. But there's just one problem. They never said that. I mean, it's shockingly ridiculous how many times this keeps happening. And read it for yourself. It's easily proven. This is either a conflation of things they claim mean that, or they just lie about it. Here is Tamar Schwarzbard, who works for the Israeli Foreign Ministry, so part of the Israeli government, saying, I'm sorry that I have to share such a graphic description, but we're at the stage where college students don't know or do that this is what they're endorsing, which, by the way, supporting Palestinian self-determination does not support Hamas, you absolute moron, but it doesn't matter, because what she's doing on top of that is lying anyway. After October 7th, she said bodies of Israeli women were found with nails driven into their genitals. Except that's not true, because it's been proven. And I've shown you this many times. Even Haaretz made this clear. NBC News and the United Nations and Haaretz all debunked the lie about nails driven into genitalia. Haaretz confirmed that there's no evidence of any rape or mutilation of any of the October 7 bodies, including at the Nova Festival, and that there's zero video photo evidence. But she just lied anyway on May 2nd in order to detract from the reality of these protests. And look, I mean, the squirrel's been nailing this down. Make sure you check that out. But it doesn't stop them from sharing it. And here's what's even more funny. She got wildly ratioed by her own supporters, apparently. And the squirrel got 7,000 shares compared to her 200 as a member of the Israeli government. I think we can all assume that they've been gaming this whole system anyway. Now, lastly, the important part here is that Donald Trump and the January 6th overlap and the two-party illusion, which I've been harping the whole time, but just to give you some points to finish here. Anomaly points out, this is who Trump is. He is upset that Israel doesn't completely control Congress. I mean, by the way, this interview is now gone, which I find hilarious. Hey, the account was suspended. What do you know? I keep showing you this, guys. I'm telling you, this is not, I genuinely think it's not because they did anything wrong. I think that this is nuance Oh no, this is nuanced. We're sharing that, but this your reasonably larger accounts. They're gone after they posted something that creates a lot of friction at the right moment in the right conversation. So first of all, somebody was able to download and post the clip. So here's Donald Trump on this radio show. I mean, there's no way to misunderstand this. His argument is the Israeli government used to have control of Congress and it doesn't anymore, and that's a bad thing. Not joking.
The biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And
I mean, that statement alone is shocking to most people. It's not hard to recognize, whether through AIPAC or any number of other things, including sexual blackmail, Epstein networks, and everything else. Proven, overlap Mossad, CIA. We've talked about all this. Acosta admitted it. But think about just making that statement and then going on to say that it should be that way.
It was so powerful. And we're not talking about over a very long period of time. But I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress, and now it doesn't.
And rightfully. My God. Guys, we have to understand how crazy that is and realize that we are in for a dangerous stretch when every major candidate has blind support for Israel. It's wild. If there's ever been a year for us to push back against the election in general, to vote abstention, or to protest it outright and not even take part, guys, this is the year. It's major and obvious, and we don't have an influence on the outcome anyway. I think that's powerful and important. Actually, before we wrap up here, let me see if I can find that. The video is important. Maybe not. Can't find it. There it is. Nice. I'm going to play this to wrap today. That video is important to realize that we don't really live in a democracy. But here is Bread and Circus pointing out, is Morning Joe taking his talking points directly from the ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt? Most likely. He first compared the student encampments for Palestine to January 6 protesters, and now he is. So you can see how this translates. I won't play him for you. The point is, Greenblatt is saying this is just like January 6th, which is ridiculous to me because most people supporting them right now are Republicans. And they're going, whoa, 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 hold on now. We can't do that. But some of them are weirdly, really just kind of ignoring that contradiction is happening. As I covered in this recent clip in the last show, identity politics is written by Jason, great clip he put out. Identity politics and the two-party paradigm have confused many popular right-wing social media influencers. They've strayed from their proclaimed principles and amusingly compare recent events to their revered protest of January 6th. More so, the point is that you have other people, like Michael Rappaport, for example, who are going, these ridiculous people are just like January 6th. And it's funny is you've got right-wing people below that were like, hold on, I was with you until you compared it to January 6th. And it just shows you this ridiculous contradiction where people are acting against their own interests. And Jimmy Dore puts it this way. Here is Simona Ateba pointing out the Daily Wire secretly sought and obtained a gag order against Candace Owens, surprise, surprise, while it publicly negotiated a debate between her and Ben Shapiro. Journalist Greenwald writes, Candace Owens publicly invited her former Daily Wire colleague Ben Shapiro to debate about Israel and the current definition of anti-Semitism. It was Owens' criticisms of U.S. financing of Israel and her criticism of Israel's war in Gaza that caused her departure from the Daily Wire 2 weeks earlier. It says, but the debate was never going to happen. That is because the Daily Wire, in secret and unbeknownst to its readers, sought a gag order, because they love free speech, right, to be placed on Owens after she had called for a debate. They did this under the cover of secrecy, first of all, because this guy's a coward. I mean, think about how crazy that is. They did this under secrecy before a private arbitrator at exactly the same time they were claiming in public that they wanted this debate and were even negotiating the terms with her because they wanted you to think that they weren't cowards. To this date, the Daily Wire has not informed its readers, seeking to understand why the much anticipated debate had not yet happened, yet that they had sought and obtained a gag order against her. And Jimmy Dore writes, imagine being a supposed free speech America First person and also a subscriber to the Israel First Daily Wire who censors and gags anyone who doesn't agree with them on Israel. That's got to be the gold medal in cognitive dissonance. Exactly. Lastly, AIPAC halts campaign fundraising for Republicans who voted against Israel. My God, if you ever needed a better example of how exactly this process works. Now, let's be clear about this. That's what lobbying is, guys. That's what lobbying is. It's not racist and it's not against the law. The reality, it should be, quite frankly. But the point is to simply highlight that the most powerful lobbying group in the country, AIPAC, has complete and direct influence over the outcome of policy because of this. And guys, that's almost the same as most of the other large lobbying groups, because they can add, pull, manipulate through that same mechanism. And that's why it's there. That's why people have screamed for taking money out of politics. The bottom line is that you just need to recognize that people who, and in my opinion, it's rarely this immediate. And what it does really show you, I should actually make clear, the claim is that lobbying is not directly influencing outcomes. That's rather that they give them money and support and they kind of stand back and let them do their things. And, the next time around they go, well, let's not give them again because we didn't like how it came out. No. As we're being proven by AIPAC's clumsy actions on a dime, they yank out funding because they didn't do what they wanted in that vote. Now, don't pretend that's how it's supposed to be. That's what they claim it's not. It's proving to you that AIPAC is immediately responding to actions, and if they don't do what they said or what they're told, they yank it out. You just don't need much else to understand how this works. But there is a lot more, and it goes well beyond money. But I want to end with that in general with this video too, for us all to really understand how problematic this all is, how dangerous it all is, and how important any pushback around the world truly is, whether or not you agree with what they believe, while simultaneously being on the lookout for things that always happen, like surreptitious funding and co-option and trying to drive it into the ground or divide and conquer. It always happens. So pay attention to the screaming pundits on either side that are desperate to get you to stop looking at what I think is one of the most important things we've been alive to see. And that's both what's ongoing and the awareness around Zionism and the fact that this worldwide movement is terrifying power structures the world around. How that's not important and how you can ignore something like that is beyond me. But I'm going to leave you with this video that highlights the fact that we don't live in a democracy. And the one point that's not really mentioned in there, it highlights lobbying, that if you don't live in a democracy and lobbying and financial interest are in fact leading the charge, it's not hard to recognize how a foreign entity, whether that's Israel, China, or Russia, can utilize that mechanism to manipulate the outcome. So thank you for tuning in today, guys. Soon enough, we'll be back to normal. Thank you for support in general. Our Give, Send, Go, if you guys could shout that out in the chat, make sure you support us there, or the address you can send stuff to our one post. The one posted beneath the video is the correct one. Your support means the world. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
For the last few years, I've had this sense that everything I learned as a kid about how America's government works is completely wrong. But I had no idea how bad things actually were until I saw this one graph. Researchers at Princeton University looked at more than 20 years worth of data to answer a pretty simple question. Does the government represent the people? Now, this is what they found. This axis here represents public support for any given idea. On the left at 0% are ideas that not a single American wants. On the right at 100% are ideas that everyone supports. This axis represents the likelihood of Congress passing a law that reflects any of these ideas, from a 0 to a 100% chance. On this graph, an ideal republic would look like this. If 50% of the public supports an idea, there's a 50% chance of it becoming law. If 80% of us support something, there's an 80% chance. You get the idea. Now, most Americans would probably agree that, with a few exceptions, we should be as close to this ideal as possible. Unfortunately, the way America actually works doesn't even come close. Take an idea that nobody supports, literally nobody, and it has about a 30% chance of becoming federal law. Now, take an incredibly popular idea, the most popular idea this country has ever seen, and there's also about a 30% chance of it becoming law. This means that the number of American voters for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Put another way, and I'm just going to quote the Princeton study directly here, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. So if you've ever felt like your opinion doesn't matter and that the government doesn't really care what you think, well, you're right. But there's a catch. This flat line only accounts for the bottom 90% of income earners in America. Economic elites, business interests, people who can afford lobbyists, they get their own line. look at how much closer their line is to the ideal. When they want something, the government is much more likely to do it. And when they don't, they have the power to completely block it from happening, no matter how much the rest of the country supports it. They get what they want, and guess who ends up paying for it? We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it with a tax code that's a complete mess. We pay for it with internet that's slower and more expensive, with wasteful spending, a floundering education system, a catastrophic drug war, and 1 in 5 American children born into poverty. Almost every major issue we face as a nation can be traced back to this graph. How does this happen? Well, just follow the money. Right now, it's perfectly legal to buy political influence in America. Here's how it works. Let's say a big bank wants a law that would force taxpayers to bail them out again if they repeat the exact same reckless behavior that crashed the global economy in 2008. Not exactly the most popular idea with the public, and Congress knows that. That should be the end of it. But that's where the money comes in. It's perfectly legal for our bank to hire a team of lobbyists whose entire job is to make sure that the government gives the bank what it wants. Then those lobbyists can track down members of Congress who regulate banks and help raise a ton of money for their re-election campaigns. It's perfectly legal for those lobbyists to offer those same politicians million-dollar jobs at their lobbying firm. Then, those lobbyists can literally write the language of this new bailout law themselves and hand it off to the politician they just buttered up with campaign money and lucrative job offers. And it's perfectly legal for those politicians to take the lobbyist-written language and sneak it through Congress at the last second. So now you've got a law that greatly benefits the banks, and the whole process can start over. This is how a bill becomes a law. A special interest hires some lobbyists, those lobbyists collect campaign contributions, offer jobs, and then write the laws that Congress then passes to help those same special interests.